Chapter 890. Young Master How? The woman was surprised. Qin Feiyang was silent, waiting for the woman's answer. Why? After a long time, the woman asked. Have you heard of a saying, a gentleman has the beauty to help others? Young Master How is infatuated with you, but he can't see your face. So I want to help him. Qin Feiyang said. The woman said, so you don't want to see my face? Me? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, no. Why? Am I not beautiful enough? The woman asked. Qin Feiyang said, I don't know whether you are beautiful or not. So it has nothing to do with this. Then why? You know, this is a rare opportunity for you. The woman said. You are very confident in yourself. But unfortunately, I don't care much about women. There is a saying, I don't know if you have heard of it. Beautiful women are skeletons. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Ha ha. Hearing this, the woman smiled. This man was really different from the rest. After a while, the woman smiled and said, okay, I accept your request. Thank you. Miss Qin Feiyang stood up and smiled. Then he turned around and opened the door without a moment's hesitation and strode in. You came out so soon. Brother Mu, can you tell us what she looks like? Don't hide it. As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, the people gathered in the corridor asked at once. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He walked directly to young Master Hao's door. Young Master Hao's room was next door. Dong. He reached out and knocked on the door. Go away, don't bother me. Young Master Hao's voice sounded in the room, with an unquenchable anger. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He exerted a little force and directly opened the door. He saw young Master Hao sitting alone in front of the tea table. His face was extremely ugly. Seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao immediately stood up and said angrily, Are you here to show off? Show off. Qin Feiyang was rather speechless. He turned around and closed the door. He smiled and said, What's there to show off? What do you mean? Is she not good looking? Young Master Hao asked. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Don't know? Young Master Hao was stunned. Because I only spoke a few words with her. I didn't see her face at all. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then why are you looking for me? Young Master Hao frowned. Haven't you always wanted to see her? So, my request to her is to let her meet you with her real face. Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Hao was confused. Why are you doing this? Just take it that I'm sucking up to you. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Then, he turned around and opened the door without saying anything else. Sucking up to you? Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang's back. He really couldn't understand what this person was thinking. Sucking up to him seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. After all, he was the son of the chief tower master. However, this person didn't seem to be sucking up to him at all. It's a rare opportunity. You have to cherish it. After Qin Feiyang opened the door, he didn't even turn his head as he said those words and walked out in large strides. Thank you. Young Master Hao shuddered and immediately got up to thank him with cupped fists. Qin Feiyang didn't look back and went straight back to private room 3. In the private room, there was a strong fragrance of wine. The Dragon Phoenix wine had been opened. Pei Yi, Mo Feng, and Mu Qing were tasting it leisurely. Why are you so fast? Seeing Qin Feiyang return, the three of them were a little surprised. I gave this opportunity to young Master Hao. Qin Feiyang didn't explain further and asked with a smile, How does the Dragon Phoenix wine taste? You gave it to young Master Hao? Mo Feng and Pei Yi looked at each other, and an imperceptible light flashed in their eyes. It's quite good. Try it too. At the same time, Mu Qing picked up the wine jar and poured a glass for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang sat next to Pei Yi, picked up the wine glass, put it to his mouth, and took a sip. All of a sudden, he felt as if there was boiling lava flowing down his throat to his lower abdomen. All the blood in his body seemed to be burning, and his skin instantly turned red. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. But soon, the burning sensation disappeared and was replaced by a bone-piercing cold current. At this moment, it was as if his body had been sealed in ice, and even his blood had stopped flowing. He felt that he was about to suffocate. But soon, the bone-piercing cold current disappeared. The burning sensation didn't appear again. Instead, it was replaced by a comfortable warmth, as if they were bathing under the spring sun. "How is it?" Pei Yi asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang took another sip, tasted it carefully, and said with a smile, to sum it up in 2 sentences, "Ice and fire, the bitterness is over and the sweetness is over." Yes. The taste of this Dragon Phoenix wine is the same as our life. Only by tasting the pain in the chaotic world will we understand the tranquility brought by peace. Pei Yi nodded with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at him meaningfully and was about to say something, but at this moment, the image crystal in his arms made a sound. "Why are you looking for me at this time?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This image crystal was newly bought and only established a contract bridge with Fatso and the others, as well as Mu Qing. Mu Qing was next to him. Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts were also in the ancient castle. Hence, the ones who were contacting him now must be Fatso and Yang Wei. He raised his glass and drank it in one gulp, then put down the glass, got up, and said, "Senior Brother Pei, Senior Brother Mo, I have something to attend to and can't continue to accompany you. Please forgive me." Without waiting for their response, he turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the window. "I'll take my leave too." Mu Qing's eyes lit up and she got up to say a few words to Qin Feiyang and quickly chased after him. Pei Yi and Mu Qing looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These two were really busy people. "What's the matter?" Mu Qing caught up with Qin Feiyang and asked softly. "Nothing." Qin Feiyang shook his head and scanned the area below. When he found an empty alley, he swooped down. Next, he ignored Mu Qing and directly entered the ancient castle. At this moment, the image crystal had stopped vibrating. Qin Feiyang took it out of his arms and his battle chi surged as he took the initiative to send a message to Fatso. The next moment, Fatso's shadow appeared and said angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you only replying now?" Seeing Fatso's expression, Qin Feiyang had a bad feeling and asked, "What happened?" Fatso said, "Li Yang has been kidnapped." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Is it the state preceptor?" Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Didn't I tell you to tell them to be careful?" Fat Lord said so. "But the state preceptor is so powerful. Even if Li Yang is in the main pagoda, it's easy to kidnap her," Fatso said bitterly. "Where are you now?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said, "The trading pavilion's lounge." "I'll be right there." Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal and turned to look at Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts. Everyone had already opened their eyes and looked at him worriedly, because it was already obvious that the state preceptor was here for Qin Feiyang. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Qin Feiyang comforted everyone and left the ancient castle, opening a teleportation gate. "Where are you going?" Mu Qing had been waiting outside and asked when she saw Qin Feiyang come out. "Trading pavilion," Qin Feiyang casually said and stepped into the teleportation gate. Mu Qing raised her eyebrows and followed him into the teleportation gate. Because from Qin Feiyang's expression, she knew that something big must have happened. Trading pavilion. In the lounge, Fatso stood in front of the desk, frowning. Yang Wei, on the other hand, sat beside the coffee table and comforted Li He. Whoosh! 2 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing. Coming. Fatso immediately went up to them. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li He and asked, "What's going on?" "We had something to do just now, so we left Li Yang alone in the lounge." She also said that she would go back to the main tower immediately. But when Li He came back, he found a letter on the desk. Fatso grabbed a piece of letter from the desk behind him and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "I've already read it. The letter says that Li He should go to the Black Cloud Mountain and exchange the origin of the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill for Li Yang." Fatso said. "Where is the Black Cloud Mountain?" Qin Feiyang asked. Li He said, "It's outside the city, about 5,000 miles away from the Divine City." After that, he raised his head and glared at Qin Feiyang and the others, saying, "Who on earth did you offend?" Why do you want to deal with you by all means? Qin Feiyang glanced at him and opened the letter. A line of small words immediately entered his sight. What should we do now? Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang clenched his hand and the letter was crushed on the spot, saying, Didn't he come for me? I'll go and meet him. No. Mu Qing said flatly. The imperial preceptor was so powerful that Qin Feiyang would not be able to return if he went alone. Then how do you think we should solve it? Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Qing pondered for a while and looked at Yang Wei, saying, Go out with Li He to relax. Yang Er's life and death are unknown. Do you think I'm still in the mood? Li He roared. Mu Qing smiled and said, Don't worry, we promise that we will bring Li Yang back unscathed. What guarantee do you have? Li He sneered. Mu Qing raised his eyebrows and said gloomily, If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Li He suddenly got up, his face full of anger. Elder Li, calm down, calm down. If you believe them and they say they can do it, then they can definitely do it. Besides, we can only rely on them now. Otherwise, Li Yang will really have no way to live. Yang Wei also hurriedly got up to appease him. Li He glanced at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing, his expression uncertain. Okay. I'll believe you this time. But in the end, if you don't bring Yang Er back, I will never let you go. In the end. Li He compromised. He flicked his sleeves and turned to walk outside. Don't worry, I will appease him. Chapter 891. After Yang Wei and Li He left, Fatso immediately stepped forward and closed the door. Mu Qing stretched out her hand and said, Let me see the letter. Qin Feiyang handed it to Mu Qing. Mu Qing glanced at the contents and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately. Qin Feiyang and Fatso frowned. This letter only says to let Li He go to the Black Cloud Mountain, but it doesn't reveal your identity, so Li He still doesn't know who you are. Now what we need to do is to save Li Yang, and then find a way to send the imperial tutor away from the Forgotten Continent. Of course, it's best if we can kill him and get rid of all future troubles. Mu Qing said. We all know this, but to do it is more difficult than ascending to the sky, Fatso said. Mu Qing shook her head and said, It won't be too difficult, you guys go and delay him first, I'll go and make the arrangements. Why do you still want to help me? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and asked. Just because of the Heaven Star Flame? Although the Heaven Star Flame is very important, the Mu family also arranged for other people to sneak into the main tower. Even if something happened to him, there was still a chance. But now, in order to help him, Mu Qing didn't hesitate to become enemies with the imperial tutor. This kind of approach doesn't seem too wise. I'm not helping you, I'm helping my Mu family. In addition, your current identity hasn't been exposed, so before going to the Black Cloud Mountain, you have to restore your true appearance. Mu Qing said lightly, opened a portal, and then told the coordinates of the Black Cloud Mountain to Qin Feiyang, turned around and left. Help him? Fatso was slightly stunned, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, What do you mean? Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and said, I think, in the eyes of the Mu family, I may be more than this. You mean, besides the Heaven Star Flame, they are plotting something else? And these things may be related to you? Fatso was bewildered. Most likely. Forget it. We'll talk about this later. Let's go to Black Cloud Mountain first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso to the castle. He then took out a facial restoring pill and popped it into his mouth. Very soon. He regained his true appearance, took off the uniform of the main tower, and changed into the clothes he usually wore. Next. Without any hesitation, he opened a teleportation gate and strode in. Black Cloud Mountain had steep cliffs and precipitous cliffs. From afar, it looked like a huge pitch-black sword. Around the Black Cloud Mountain, there was an undulating mountain range. At this moment, at the peak of the Black Cloud Mountain, at the edge of a cliff, a red-robed old man stood facing the wind. His entire body emitted an unfathomable aura. Beside the old man, a woman in white was lying quietly on the ground. Her eyes were closed as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. They were none other than the disguised Grand Preceptor and Li Yang. Whoosh! Suddenly, A white figure descended from the sky above the mountain peak. "You've come," the imperial advisor said. But he did not turn his head. Looking down at the mountains and rivers below, his eyes were incomparably deep. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li Yang, who was lying on the ground, then looked at the back of the imperial advisor. He took a step forward and landed beside the imperial advisor. After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang opened his mouth and asked, "Is it father? Did the emperor ask you to come?" The imperial advisor said, "Don't you already have the answer in your heart?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "Does he hate me that much?" The imperial advisor said, "His Majesty's thoughts are not something you and I can guess." "That's right. Why else would it be said that since ancient times, emperors have been fickle, and the most ruthless emperor family?" Qin Feiyang laughed at himself. This sentence was also the answer he gave to the person who played the zither. The imperial advisor was silent for a while, then said, "I heard that you snatched the ice flame, the heaven star flame, and the mysterious sky flame. Why do you ask?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. It is said that on this forgotten continent, there is an ancient miracle, and these elixir flames are the key to summoning and opening the miracle. The imperial advisor said, "You actually know?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The imperial advisor said, "This is not a secret in our imperial palace, because your ancestor, the first emperor, has been to this miracle." "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. "Let me tell you one more thing. This miracle is not an ordinary place. The disappearance of the first emperor is related to this miracle." The imperial advisor said. "Really?" Qin Feiyang suddenly turned his head and stared at the imperial advisor. "Yes." The imperial advisor nodded and finally withdrew his gaze. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "But this time I'm not here for this miracle, but for the Chang Shui and the castle on you." The imperial advisor's eyes were very calm, and his tone was also very calm. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He decisively took a few steps back, keeping a distance from the imperial advisor. "You don't have to do this. This old man is not here to kill you. As long as you are willing to hand over Chang Shui and the castle, and swear never to return to the great Qin Empire, this old man will immediately turn and leave." The imperial advisor said with sincerity. "Impossible." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "In this world, there is nothing impossible." The imperial advisor chuckled and said, "Don't forget, your mother is still in my hands." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and said in a deep voice, "If you dare to touch a single hair of hers, I will never let you go. You are still so naive. If you really have the ability, why would you watch your mother suffer endless pain in the divine prison? You don't seem to have been in the divine prison. This old man might as well tell you that there is a thunder tribulation that can shatter mountains and rivers, a sea of fire that can burn everything, a cold current that can penetrate the bone marrow, and a storm that can strangle everything. An ordinary person would have a mental breakdown and commit suicide in less than a day. As for your mother, she has been trapped in the divine prison for several years. You can imagine how she has endured all these years," the imperial advisor said. "Bastard." Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang's eyes instantly turned red, and he rushed madly toward the imperial advisor. Although the divine prison was at the back mountain of the imperial palace, he had never been there. He had never thought that it would be such a terrifying place. The imperial advisor snorted coldly, reached out his old hand, grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck, and twisted it high. "It's too easy to kill you. So, don't test my patience." The imperial advisor smiled contemptuously and threw Qin Feiyang casually. Like a meteorite, he smashed into a huge rock. Boom! The huge rock shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang was also bleeding from his head. He climbed up in a sorry state and stared at the imperial advisor. "Actually, I have to admit that you are really tough. Back then, the commander of the invincible Black Army ambushed you, but you didn't die." The imperial advisor looked him up and down and shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "At that time, he really thought that I was dead." "But why did you come to the forgotten continent?" "Because of Chang Shui and the ancient castle. Even if you are dead, I must get these two things, so I came. Fortunately, I came. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that you are still living happily." The imperial advisor smiled, and his smile was a little creepy. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Do you know the origin of Chang Shui and the ancient castle?" "I don't know. However, I know one thing. Those two items are both heaven-defying divine artifacts." The imperial advisor's eyes were full of greed. "They really are divine artifact." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. "Hurry up. Now, not only the woman in front of you, but also the fate of your mother, the old man you respect the most, and the woman who let you enter the Forgotten Continent to snatch the heavenly thunderfire. Whether they can live or not depends on your decision now," the imperial advisor said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Soon, he thought of it. The old man that the imperial advisor was talking about must be Ren Wushuang's grandfather, and that woman, without a doubt, was the ugly old woman who fed him the black demon poison time and time again. "What did you do to them?" Qin Feiyang roared, almost going crazy. "They let you come to the Forgotten Continent behind His Majesty's back. This is a great crime of deceiving the emperor, so they are now in the god's prison. As for the others, such as Ren Wushuang, Lu Xingchen, and those who are close to you, they are fine for now. But if you are stubborn, I'm afraid that you will also taste the pain of the god's prison," the imperial advisor said with a smile. "You are an inhumane old bastard." Qin Feiyang roared angrily. His heart was bleeding. He was also blaming himself. He did not expect that he would implicate so many people. "Ha ha! Inhumane? Then tell me, what is the use of being humane? In this world, only with a strong fist can you control the fate of others, do you understand? In general, you are still not mature enough, too naive," the imperial advisor mocked. "Do you remember that I only gave you a year's time?" However, before the imperial advisor finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from the distant sky. This was a woman's voice, with a great majesty. Boom! Following closely, a magnificent aura swept across the sky and approached from the distance. Damn it! The imperial advisor's face changed. Qin Feiyang was also very surprised. That pressure was even stronger than the imperial advisor's. Whoosh! The next moment, the imperial advisor took a step forward, raised his big old hand, like an eagle's claw, and grabbed at Qin Feiyang. How amazing was the imperial advisor's speed! Even if Qin Feiyang was prepared, he could not hide in the castle in time. Boom! In the nick of time, that pressure roared and slammed into the imperial advisor's body. Puff! The imperial advisor spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his whole body was directly blasted out. However, that oppressive might actually did not harm Qin Feiyang and Li Yang. Qin Feiyang hurriedly ran to Li Yang and sent her to the castle. Then, he turned around and saw a white flowing light, breaking through the sky like lightning. That was a snow python, which was dozens of meters long. Its whole body was snow white, as if it was carved out of a peerless jade. Swish! The snow python stopped above Qin Feiyang, looking at Qin Feiyang with its jade-like eyes. "Senior, thank you for helping me." Qin Feiyang bowed. He could not be more familiar with this snow python. It was the snow python that guarded the altar in the glacier forest. The snow python looked at the imperial advisor and said coldly, "I am not helping you, his time is up." Time? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did it mean? "I will give the people of the Great Qin Empire a time limit to enter the Forgotten Continent. The last time the commander of the Invincible Black Army came, I only gave him a month. As for the imperial tutor, I gave him a year's time. When the time is up, he must return to the Great Qin Empire. And now, it has been more than a year." Chapter 892. There is such a thing. Qin Feiyang was a little confused. At the same time, the imperial preceptor was also stable in the void, pointing to Qin Feiyang and roaring, "I don't accept it. Why is there no time limit for him to enter the Forgotten Continent?" This was also where Qin Feiyang was puzzled to know. Plus this time, it was already his second time entering the Forgotten Continent. And the snow python must have noticed him, but why didn't it say anything? "He's different," the snow python said. "What's the difference?" the imperial preceptor said angrily. The snow python said, "He opened the purple gold dragon soul. Just because of this." The Imperial Preceptor was a little flustered. The Snow Python said impatiently, "Don't talk nonsense, leave with me immediately." "What if I say no?" The Imperial Preceptor stared at it gloomily. "You don't have the qualification to say no." The Snow Python was domineering, its pressure was like a waterfall, and it rushed to the Imperial Preceptor. "Let me go." The Imperial Preceptor struggled at once, but he couldn't break free from the Snow Python's pressure, and was taken away by the Snow Python. "What's the situation?" Qin Feiyang scratched his head, looking at the Snow Python and the Imperial Preceptor who were quickly disappearing. He couldn't recover for a long time. Suck. But when he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but take a breath. The Imperial Preceptor was a fake god, there was no doubt about it, but in front of the Snow Python, he didn't have the slightest resistance. How strong is this Snow Python's power? Is it a god? To be honest, he had already guessed that the Snow Python was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be strong to this extent. However, Qin Feiyang, who was in shock, didn't notice that there was a figure hidden near the Black Cloud Mountain. But that person was covered in a layer of golden light, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He stood in a dense forest, and seemed to be looking at the Snow Python and the Imperial Preceptor. However, after the Snow Python and the Imperial Preceptor disappeared, he also disappeared, leaving no trace. About 100 breaths passed. Shua. Another 3 figures descended over the Black Cloud Mountain. It was Mu Qing, the second ancestor of the Mu family, and the ancestor of the Mu family. "What's the situation?" The 3 of them had arrived aggressively, but when they saw that there was only Qin Feiyang at the top of the mountain, their expressions turned to one of astonishment. "Qing, didn't you say that the imperial advisor of the great Qin Empire is here? Where is he?" The great ancestor of the Mu family asked. "He's here." Mu Qing's mind was also a mess. Whoosh. The 3 of them landed beside Qin Feiyang one after another. Mu Qing asked, "Where is he? By the time you came to help, I would have been dead." Qin Feiyang glanced at the 3 of them indifferently. Mu Jia's second forefather frowned, "Get to the point." Qin Feiyang ignored him. He sat on the edge of the cliff with an indescribable agitation in his heart. The 3 of them looked at each other in confusion. Mu Qing seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked cautiously, "Don't tell me you've reached an agreement with him? What do you think I can reach with him?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "He just wanted to kill the imperial advisor now." "Then why didn't he kill you?" Mu Qing said in a deep voice. This matter was too strange, and he had to figure it out. "It's none of your business. You just need to know that he has returned to the great Qin Empire. Also, I want to calm down now, so don't bother me." Qin Feiyang waved his hand without any annoyance. "Heard it." The Mu Jia's great forefather and second forefather's old faces were filled with anger. They came to help out of kindness, but he treated them with such an attitude. Mu Qing hurriedly stood behind Qin Feiyang and smiled, "Two great forefathers, please calm down. You go back first, I'll accompany him here." Humph. The 2 of them snorted coldly, opened a portal, and walked in without looking back. Mu Qing also turned around and sat beside Qin Feiyang. He did not disturb Qin Feiyang and lowered his head to think about something. At the same time, inside the castle, Li Yang, who was lying on the ground, suddenly murmured, and her eyelids moved. Wolf King raised his eyebrows and hit Li Yang on the back of her head with his paw. Li Yang fainted on the spot again. Then Wolf King looked at Fatso and the others, and said, "How do you think little Qin Zi is feeling now?" Lu Hong said, "Needless to say, he must be in pain and remorseful. This damn emperor, does he really not care about friendship?" Wolf King said angrily. The pangolin sneered, "Don't worry, one day, he will regret it. In fact, in a word, we are still not strong enough." Fatso sighed. Wolf King and the other beasts nodded. If their strength was enough to compete with the great Qin Empire, this shit would not have happened at all. However, they had worked hard. Their current cultivation speed was not slow. But even so, they could not become as powerful as the emperor in a short time. They still needed time. At the top of the mountain, as time passed, the sun was about to set. Mu Qing, who had been silent, looked up at the setting sun and finally asked, Did you learn something from the state preceptor? Qin Feiyang nodded silently. Some things have already come to this. What's the use of worrying here? It's better to find a way to get close to the Chief Tower Master and get the Tiangang flame. When you go to the miracle, I promise, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Mu Qing said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang turned to look at him. Of course. Mu Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang said, what if I tell you that Lu Xingchen is in a dangerous situation now? What will you do? What? Mu Qing suddenly stood up. Looking at Mu Qing's reaction, Qin Feiyang sneered. It seems that the relationship between the Mu family and Lu Xingchen is really not ordinary. But Mu Qing completely turned a blind eye to this and said in a deep voice, that's impossible. Lu Xingchen has a space divine item. The state preceptor can't catch him at all. It seemed that in his eyes, nothing else was important. He only cared about Lu Xingchen's safety. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. It's true that Lu Xingchen has a space divine item, but the state preceptor is a fake god after all. As long as the distance is not too far, he can sense it. What's more, the state preceptor told me personally that Lu Xingchen has been locked up in the divine prison. You have to believe that the state preceptor has no need to lie to me. And the environment in the divine prison is very bad. It is said that it is enough to make a person so desperate that he will commit suicide. Damn it. Mu Qing clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. If you're really worried, you can go to your ancestor and open the Real Spacetime Gate to rescue Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang said. He did this for two purposes. First, he wanted to find out whether there was a fake god or a god in the Mu family. Second, he also wanted to go back and have a look. But if he went back alone, it was tantamount to sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. On the contrary, if the Mu family helped, the danger could be minimized. However, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Mu Qing began to doubt. He stared at Qin Feiyang's face and said, do you swear that what you said is true? Do I still need to swear? You can imagine that anyone who is related to me is in a very bad situation now. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing's face became gloomy again, and he was struggling in his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll go back first, you go back to the main tower by yourself. After saying that, he opened the portal and quickly rushed in. You can't beat me after all. Looking at the dissipating portal, Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and followed to the castle. When he saw Li Yang lying on the ground, his body suddenly stiffened. He saw that on Li Yang's head, there were 4 or 5 pebble-sized meat bumps. What's going on? He looked at Fatso, Lu Hong, and Wolf King. It's all because of you. Wolf King rolled his eyes. Me? Qin Feiyang pointed to his nose, stunned. It's not your fault, after all, you know so many things, you really need to calm down. But this woman, we definitely can't let her see us and the castle, otherwise she will guess your identity. So, every time she woke up, Brother Wolf went up and gave her a claw. See, it's like this now. Lu Hong laughed. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Wolf King said, don't talk about her, let's talk about you. Are you really going to go back? Qin Feiyang said, if the Mu Jiao's people are going, I will definitely go back. It's too dangerous. Wolf King was worried. I understand. But knowing that my mother and grandfather are suffering in the prison, how can I be indifferent? In fact, I didn't lie to Mu Qing. Lu Xingchen's situation is really dangerous now. Qin Feiyang sighed. What do you mean? Wolf King was suspicious. This time, the state preceptor didn't get Chang Shuai and the castle. When he returns to the Great Qin Empire, he will definitely be angry. At that time, Lu Xingchen and Ren Wushuang will inevitably become the target of his anger. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. Lu Hong nodded. The road ahead is long, and the safety is unpredictable. Let's take it one step at a time. I will send Li Yang back first. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, consumed an illusory form pill, and changed his appearance into the appearance of Ancestor Mu. Then, he carried Li Yang and left the ancient castle, opened a teleportation door, and walked in. It's dark, why haven't they come back yet? He was like an ant on a hot pan, walking back and forth in the lounge, anxious and restless. Can you stop pacing? My head is almost dizzy because of you. Yang Wei sat at the coffee table, also quite annoyed. It's been a whole day, Qin Feiyang still hasn't come back. What the hell is going on? Whoosh. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang came to the lounge with Li Yang in his arms. Li He and Yang Wei looked up, and their faces were suddenly filled with ecstasy. Li He hurriedly ran over, took Li Yang from Qin Feiyang's hands, and checked Li Yang's injuries. Yang Wei also walked to Qin Feiyang's side, looked at the dried blood on Qin Feiyang's body, and asked, "Did anything happen?" "No." Qin Feiyang smiled. Yang Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. "Kid, what's going on?" Suddenly, Li He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang, pointed to the bulge on Li Yang's head, and frowned. "I don't know, it's like this when I went. She should have been beaten by that old man," Qin Feiyang said without blushing and directly pushed the blame to the imperial preceptor. "Damn bastard, don't let me catch him." Chapter 893. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li Yang, then looked at Li He and said, "The person has been safely handed over to you, I should go back." "Wait." Li He hurriedly said, "Who is that person?" "Don't worry, he won't appear again." Qin Feiyang did not answer directly, nor did he continue to stay. He took Fatso out of the castle and opened the teleportation door to leave. Li He frowned, looked at Fatso and Yang Wei, and said, "Who are you guys? Why are you so mysterious all day?" "Of course we are good people." Fatso chuckled. Returning to the first pagoda, Qin Feiyang felt that something was wrong. In the past, the disciples of the first pagoda were basically in seclusion in the alchemy room, and it was difficult to see anyone. But now, everyone had basically come out and crowded in the corridor. At the same time, when these disciples saw Qin Feiyang, their eyes also changed, with envy, jealousy, and a trace of respect. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang was full of doubts. Soon, he came to the bottom of the patio, which was even more crowded. And everyone's eyes were fixed on the top floor. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a familiar figure standing in front of the railing outside his alchemy room. Him. Qin Feiyang was quite surprised. This person was none other than young Master Hao. He finally understood why everyone ran out of the alchemy room. It turned out that young Master Hao had come to the first pagoda. "What are you still doing here? Young Master Hao has been waiting for you for half an hour." Suddenly, Mo Feng's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's ears. "Waiting for me?" Qin Feiyang turned his head to look. He didn't know when Mo Feng came to his side. "You still don't know?" Mo Feng frowned. "I don't know," Qin Feiyang said. Mo Feng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "You're the first person who dares to make young Master Hao wait for so long. Quickly go up." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He jumped to the top floor and landed in front of young Master Hao. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Greetings, young Master." Young Master Hao sized him up and frowned. "I didn't expect it to be so difficult to meet you." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "It's my fault. It's my fault." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and apologized repeatedly. Young Master Hao glanced at him helplessly and said, "Let's talk inside." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded, turned around and opened the stone door of the alchemy room, then stepped aside. Qin Feiyang followed young Master Hao in, and closed the stone door behind him. Young Master Hao looked around the alchemy room, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Thank you so much for today." Qin Feiyang was startled, then said with a faint smile, "It's nothing. It's nothing." Young Master Hao sighed deeply and said, "It's nothing, but it has fulfilled my long-cherished wish. So I must thank you properly." Qin Feiyang said, "So you're saying that you've successfully seen her true appearance?" "Yes, I've seen her. She's very beautiful." Young Master Hao nodded with a face full of infatuation. "Then congratulations." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Young Master Hao collected himself and said, "Tell me, how do you want me to repay you?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a while, then made up his mind and said, "I want to become the disciple of the Chief Tower Master." Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "So you came to help me with a purpose?" Qin Feiyang didn't mind at all. He said with a faint smile, "There's no free lunch in this world. You should have heard of this saying." The five-colored crystal was with the Chief Tower Master. Only by becoming his disciple would he have a better chance. Young Master Hao laughed, but it was a sneer. "I've also learned about your situation. Level 11 mind power. And in the Chief Tower, there are plenty of people with stronger mind power than you. What qualifications do you have to become my father's disciple?" These words could be said to be merciless. "My qualifications." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out a pill from his pocket, and threw it to young Master Hao. Young Master Hao caught it in his hand and looked down. His eyes were full of surprise. It was actually the Juku Yellow Dragon pill. Whoosh! He suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang, saying, "The Juku Yellow Dragon pill auctioned in the trading pavilion was made by you?" Qin Feiyang nodded. This. Young Master Hao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The appearance of the Juku Yellow Dragon pill not only alarmed others, but also the Chief Tower Master, including him. He had also been investigating the source of the Juku Yellow Dragon pill, but he had been unable to find any clues. Of course. He had also sent someone to ask Li He, but Li He was also tight-lipped. However, he didn't expect that the mysterious person who refined the Juku Yellow Dragon pill was right in front of him. After a while, young Master Hao came to his senses and looked at the 5 patterns on the Juku Yellow Dragon pill, saying, "So, your mind power is not only at level 11? Isn't this obvious?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Why hide it?" Young Master Hao frowned. "I want to keep a low profile," Qin Feiyang said. Haha, hearing this, young Master Hao couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You just entered the Central Divine Kingdom, humiliated Guoming in public, and fell out with Fu Anshan. Is this what you mean by keeping a low profile?" Qin Feiyang touched his nose and said, "Some people just like to take the initiative to put their face forward. If you don't hit him, he will feel uncomfortable." Young Master Hao was stunned and shook his head with a smile, saying, "You are very interesting, but even if you can refine the Juku Yellow Dragon pill, it will be very difficult to become my father's disciple." "Then what else do you need?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Answer me first. Since you want to keep a low profile, why do you still want to become my father's disciple?" Young Master Hao said. After becoming the disciple of the Chief Tower Master, his identity would be different, and he would be respected by thousands. This was completely against this person's wishes. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to become stronger and get better cultivation resources." "Your ambition is not small." Young Master Hao looked at him meaningfully. "If a man doesn't have any ambition, is he still a man?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's true. But I can't help you much in this matter, because my father is very arrogant. He may not listen to me. I can only recommend you. As for whether you can succeed in the end, it depends on your luck." Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang was secretly happy and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, young master. Okay. It's time for me to go. As for this Juku Yellow Dragon pill, I have to take it to my father. Maybe it will help you." Young Master Hao said, opened the teleportation door, and walked in without looking back. After watching young Master Hao leave, Qin Feiyang also put on a bright smile on his face. Fortunately, he went to the Dragon Phoenix house today. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to make friends with young Master Hao. Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's arms made a sound. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and then his eyes flashed. It was most likely Mu Qing. He took out the image crystal, and his battle chi surged, and a shadow quickly condensed. It was indeed Mu Qing. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "We're going to the Great Qin Empire. Do you want to go back with us?" Mu Qing asked. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, "Who are the people?" Mu Qing said impatiently, "Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me if you're going or not. It's very dangerous." Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course he had to go back, but he had to be more tactful. Otherwise, with Mu Qing's mind, he would definitely find some clues. Mu Qing said, "We're just going to check out the situation. We won't do anything. What danger can there be?" I see. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. Go, when do we set off? Wait for us at the Black Cloud Mountain tomorrow morning. After Mu Qing finished speaking, the shadow quickly disintegrated. Us. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then he smiled. These two words revealed a lot of information. Because, if Mu Qing was alone, he would definitely say, wait for me at the Black Cloud Mountain. Instead of saying, wait for us at the Black Cloud Mountain. In other words, Mu Qing was not the only one on this trip to the Great Qin Empire. Next, Qin Feiyang walked into the cultivation room, took out the soul refining technique, sat cross-legged on the ground, and continued to comprehend. A day passed quickly. The next day, early morning, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Another day and night of comprehension, but he still did not gain anything. He could not help but start to wonder if this soul refining technique was really what he thought it was. Or was it just like what Elder Wang said? This was a kind of battle art that was even worse than a low-grade one and had no value at all? Sigh. Forget it for now. He sighed deeply, put away the soul refining technique, got up, washed up, and prepared to go to the Black Cloud Mountain. Dawn. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He walked to the door of the alchemy room, opened the stone door suspiciously, and saw a young man in purple standing outside. His pupils shrank when he saw this person. This person looked very young and held a jade flute in his hand. He looked elegant, but his aura made Qin Feiyang feel inexplicably terrified. It was enough to show that this was a very terrifying expert. The young man in purple sized up Qin Feiyang and asked, "You're that kid surnamed Mu?" Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Gongsun Bei. The young man in purple reported his name. Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Suddenly, he remembered. The last time he came out of seclusion, Fatso told him that there was a person called Gongsun Bei who was leading people to investigate the mysterious lady and him. In other words, the person in front of him was the person Fatso mentioned. Qin Feiyang's expression immediately became respectful. He cupped his hands and said, "May I know why you're looking for this disciple?" Gongsun Bei walked into the alchemy room, closed the stone door, and said, "Did you really refine the Juku Yellow Dragon pill?" Qin Feiyang nodded. He didn't expect young master how to be so efficient. Seeing Qin Feiyang admit it, Gongsun Bei's face also had a hint of surprise. He asked, "Then your spiritual energy?" Level 20. Qin Feiyang said truthfully. TSK. Gongsun Bei was speechless. He said, "I really didn't expect you to hide it so well. Level 20 spiritual energy, this is the first time I've seen it." "Thank you for the compliment," Qin Feiyang said. "I'm not complimenting you. In the history of the Forgotten Continent, only one person's spiritual energy has exceeded level 20. Gongsun Bei said. "Who?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Exceeding level 20, this meant that the spiritual energy was higher than his. Who was so monstrous? Why hadn't he heard of it? Our previous Chief Tower Master, but he has already passed away. Chapter 894. Step into the Battle Saint realm in 2 years. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I know it's difficult and almost impossible, but to become the disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master, you have to do it. Gongsun Bei said. Difficult? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Stepping into the Battle Saint realm in 2 years was indeed an impossible task for others. But for him, it was simply too easy. Don't force yourself. In fact, with your alchemy talent, even without the guidance of the Chief Pagoda Master, you can still make some achievements. Gongsun Bei laughed. Seeing Qin Feiyang not speak for a long time, he thought that Qin Feiyang was not confident. Okay. Disciple will definitely step into the Battle Saint realm in 2 years. Qin Feiyang nodded and said solemnly. Ah. Gongsun Bei was stunned. He thought Qin Feiyang would give up, but he didn't expect him to agree. He really couldn't figure out where this kid's confidence came from. In that case, work hard. There's one more question. Where did you get the Juku Yellow Dragon pill recipe? Gongsun Bei asked, his eyes shining. This is disciples' personal privacy, maybe, it's not convenient to disclose. When young Master Hao took away the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill, Qin Feiyang had already thought that the Chief Pagoda Master would definitely ask about the origin of the pill. So, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. The only thing he was worried about now was whether the Chief Pagoda Master would force him to hand over the pill recipe. Hearing this, Gongsun Bei also fell silent. A pair of eyes stared straight at Qin Feiyang. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became solemn. Hee. Suddenly, Gongsun Bei laughed and said, I already guessed that you would answer me like this. Don't worry, my Chief Pagoda will not force any disciple to do anything. Thank you, Lord. Qin Feiyang bowed and thanked him. Work hard. Gongsun Bei patted him on the shoulder and opened a teleportation door. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Lord, I can refine the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill. I hope you can keep it a secret. We know that. Apart from me, the Chief Pagoda Master, and the young master, no one else will know. Gongsun Bei smiled faintly, turned around, and entered the portal, quickly disappearing. What he was worried about didn't happen. Qin Feiyang was finally relieved. Next, he took out an image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. As soon as Fatso's shadow appeared, Qin Feiyang asked, Do you want to go back? Back to where? Fatso looked at him suspiciously. Great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang enunciated every word clearly. Fatso said, So, Mu Qing has taken the bait. Don't waste time. Make a decision quickly. Qin Feiyang urged. Fatso said, I do want to go back, but what if the person who bought the herbs appears? Isn't there still Yang Wei? Tell him to keep an eye on them. Qin Feiyang said. Okay, I'll go tell him right away. Wait for me. Fatso nodded and turned off the image crystal. Black Cloud Mountain. As the sun rose, everything came back to life. Swoosh. Two figures descended above Black Cloud Mountain. One of them was Mu Qing, the other person was wearing a black robe with a hat on his head that covered his entire body. On his face, there was also a black mask that covered his entire face. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. It was very mysterious. Why isn't he here yet? Mu Qing looked around and didn't see Qin Feiyang's figure. She couldn't help but frown. Qing, I don't understand. Why did you specially bring Qin Feiyang along? The black-robed man asked. His voice was slightly hoarse. It was obvious that he was an old man. Mu Qing said, We brought him along just in case. The Emperor of the Great Qin Empire and the Grand Tutor want him. If Lu Xingchen is really trapped, we'll hand him over. That's a good idea. The black-robed old man nodded thoughtfully and said, However, he's still very useful to us. I know. However, compared to Qin Feiyang, Lu Xingchen is more important, Mu Qing said in a low voice. However, before she finished speaking, the black-robed old man's eyes flashed. He looked up at the sky and said, Someone's coming. Mu Qing immediately stopped talking and looked up. Whoosh. In the next moment, two figures appeared in the sky at the same time. They were Qin Feiyang and Fatso. When they saw the black-robed old man, their eyes immediately trembled. This person didn't have any aura, but he gave them an unprecedented sense of danger. Mu Qing frowned and said, Can you guys not be so slow when doing things? You talk too much. Fatso rolled her eyes at him. Whoosh. The two of them landed on the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang glanced at the black-robed old man, then looked at Mu Qing and asked, This is? You can call him Yiglao. Don't ask too much. Mu Qing said. Yiglao. Qin Feiyang and Fatso cupped their hands at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man also nodded at the two of them. Mu Qing looked around and said respectfully, Yiglao, please open the space-time gate. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying aura rushed out of Yiglao's body. Immediately after, a divine light swept out from between Yiglao's eyebrows. It was a palm-sized stone door. It was bronze in color and emitted a dazzling light. Retreat. Mu Qing shouted and quickly retreated. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at the space-time gate in surprise and retreated into the distance. The black-robed old man asked, Are we going directly to the imperial capital or somewhere else? Let's go to the imperial capital, Mu Qing said without hesitation. Fatso said, no, let's go to Cloud State first. Mu Qing turned to look at Fatso and raised her eyebrows slightly. It's time to settle some scores, Fatso said in a deep voice. His eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then looked at Mu Qing and said, let's go to Cloud State first. He knew why Fatso wanted to go to Cloud State first. Kill the governor of Cloud State. Perhaps this was the main reason why Fatso returned to the Great Qin Empire. Mu Qing glanced at the two of them and said, I think I need to make it clear to you that the spacetime gate can only be used once a day. Don't you still have a fake spacetime gate? When we go to Cloud State and fulfill Fatso's long-cherished wish, we can use the fake spacetime gate to go to the imperial capital. It won't take much time, Qin Feiyang said. So troublesome. Mu Qing grumbled in annoyance and nodded to the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man said, give me the coordinates. Qin Feiyang immediately gave the coordinates of Cloud State to the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the spacetime gate. A dazzling battle aura gushed out from his fingertip and poured into the spacetime gate. When the battle aura surged, the three of them felt a mighty divine aura surging out in all directions. This is, Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. He had encountered such a divine aura before. It was when he faced the imperial advisor. Didn't you say that your Mu family doesn't have any fake gods? Then who is he? He looked at Mu Qing, his eyes shining. Mu Qing glanced at him coldly and said nothing. She then looked at the black-robed old man. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Fatso. He didn't continue to ask. Clang. Suddenly, a loud sound exploded in this place. It was like rolling thunder, shaking the sky and the earth. The palm-sized spacetime gate began to expand in the wind, emitting a dazzling light. It was like a scorching sun descending, and gradually filled with a wisp of divine aura. As the spacetime gate grew bigger, the divine aura became more terrifying. The mountains, rivers, and earth began to tremble. The fierce beasts in the mountain stream crawled on the ground in fear. Qin Feiyang glanced at the trembling mountains and looked at the back of the black-robed old man. There was an imperceptible light in the depths of his eyes. Regardless of whether he could save his mother this time, at least he had figured out the foundation of the Mu family. Suddenly, he noticed that the black-robed old man's body was also trembling slightly, as if he was a little weak. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing. It takes a lot of energy to revive the spacetime gate. Yiglao can only barely revive it, Mu Qing said in a low voice. There was a trace of worry between her eyebrows. Time passed breath by breath. Yiglao trembled more and more violently. Moreover, his body had also become thinner. This was caused by excessive consumption of blood and qi. Fatso said, if he can't be revived, I'm afraid he will be sucked dry by the spacetime gate. Don't worry. Although it's difficult, he can still be revived. Because last time, when Shui and I went to the Nine Nether Underworld, it was Yiglao who revived the spacetime gate. But after that, he needs to recuperate, Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. They didn't expect that it would be so difficult for a fake god to revive a divine artifact. Revive. About 100 breaths. Yiglao suddenly shouted. The spacetime gate, accompanied by a loud sound, expanded to several feet high, releasing a shocking aura. At this moment, the void shattered, and the earth sank. The Black Cloud Mountain also shattered in an instant, turning into ashes. Let's go. Following closely, Yiglao shouted in a low voice, turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the spacetime gate without looking back. Is he going too? Qin Feiyang asked. Nonsense. The Imperial Preceptor already knows that you are in the Forgotten Continent. The teleportation altar in the Butterfly Valley must be heavily guarded. If Yiglao doesn't go, how can we come back? Mu Qing rolled her eyes at him and rushed towards the spacetime gate. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and quickly followed. Finally, the three of them entered the spacetime gate one after another. And at this moment, the golden figure that appeared again and again appeared in the distant void, looking at the spacetime gate. The golden light enveloped his entire body. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking at this moment. When the spacetime gate disappeared, he disappeared without a trace again. At the same time, Cloud State, above the city. Boom. Clang. A series of loud sounds suddenly resounded. In the sky, the wind and clouds were surging. What's going on? The people in the city gathered on the streets, looking at the sky. Look, that void is broken. Suddenly, someone pointed to a certain place in the sky, only to see that the void there was crazily cracking inch by inch. The void is broken. Could it be that some rare treasure has appeared? Chapter 895. The wind howled and the void cracked. It was a terrifying scene. Everyone thought that some kind of supreme treasure had appeared in this world. Whoosh! 11 figures flew into the sky and stood above the city. The leader was a white-haired old woman. She was as thin as a match and her eyes were sunken. There was a hint of viciousness between her eyebrows. She was the Yoon State Mansion Master. The 10 people behind her were men and women. All of them looked middle-aged and their auras were very powerful. There was no doubt. They were the 10 commanders of Yoon State. The 11 of them stood in the sky and looked at the broken void. Their eyes were filled with shock. Clang. Suddenly, accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, a bronze stone door appeared in the shattered space. The stone door shone brightly and illuminated the sky. What a powerful aura! That must be a treasure. Everyone stared at the stone door and their eyes were filled with greed. The Yoon State Mansion Master and the 10 commanders looked at each other with greed in their eyes. However, just as they were about to rush in, 4 figures appeared in the stone door. There are more people. Everyone was once again bewildered, their gazes firmly fixed on the 4 figures. The 4 figures walked out step by step and their faces became clearer. Finally, the 4 of them walked out of the stone door and stood in the sky. The leader was an old man in a black robe and a black mask on his face. He looked mysterious. The other 3 were young and they also had an extraordinary aura. Who are they? What a terrifying aura! Everyone's pupils shrank when they looked at the 4 of them. The Yoon State Mansion Master and the 10 commanders were even more shocked. Due to the fact that they were stronger than the others, they were able to sense the danger brought forth by those 4 people even more. Especially the old man in the black robe. In the eyes of the Yoon State Mansion Master and the others, he was like the god of death. They're finally back. One of the young men in white looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Yes. Everyone is here. One of them nodded and glanced at the 4 of them. His eyes were filled with coldness. Who are you? The Yoon State Mansion Master swallowed and asked carefully. Who are we? The young man in white mumbled. We are your nightmares. The Yoon State Manor Lord frowned. What did he mean by that? Why couldn't he understand? Don't worry. You'll understand soon. The white-robed young man grinned. He took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. The young man next to him chuckled and swallowed a facial restoration pill. Immediately, their appearances quickly changed. A short while later, 2 familiar faces and 2 familiar figures appeared in the sight of the Yoon State Mansion Master. Qin Feiyang. Situ Tianyu. It's you. The Cloud State Mansion Master's expression changed drastically. The 10 commanders also turned pale with fright. The city was in an uproar. They still remembered clearly that when Qin Feiyang and his group broke into the Cloud State, they destroyed the 3 superfamilies of the state capital, the Xia family, the He family, and the Yuan family. That battle had even alarmed the prefecture lords of the various states. The past was still vivid in his mind. Everyone thought that these people would never come back. Who would have thought that a few years later, they would actually appear again? The most important thing was, now, all of the 9 states and 18 counties already knew that Qin Feiyang was the son of the emperor. Although he had been abolished as a prince, the blood of the emperor flowing in his body was indelible. Such a person was not someone they could afford to offend. Fatso sized up the Yoon State Mansion Master and shook his head with a smile. I thought you were very strong, but I didn't expect you to only be an 8-star war sect. An 8-star war sect was already very strong back then, okay? Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes at him. Back then, not to mention the prefecture lords of the 9 states, even the commanders were like gods in their eyes. However, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Now, it was these people's turn to look up to them. The Yun State Mansion Master's heart sank. She had long thought that this day would definitely come, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Feiyang and the others' cultivation base had advanced so quickly. Now, even she, as the prefecture lord, was powerless to fight against these people. We have already explained what happened back then, and I have also publicly apologized. What else do you want? The Yun State Mansion Master said. Fat Lord didn't say anything. Yun State is Fat Lord's home. Can't Fat Lord come back? Fatso said. Yes. But now, you are wanted criminals. The Yun State Mansion Master said. Fat Lord knows that those old things in the imperial capital will definitely want us, but so what? Fatso smiled disdainfully. The Yun State Mansion Master's pupils contracted. Thinking back, this man was just the most mediocre descendant of the Situ family. Even the head of the Situ family, Fatso's biological father, didn't think highly of him. But now, he dared to challenge those big shots in the imperial capital. It was really hard to imagine that a person with mediocre aptitude could grow to this point. This was really like the old saying, don't bully a poor young man. Since you're back, we will naturally welcome you. Yun State will always be your home. At this moment, a burly man behind the Yun State Mansion Master said with a smile. This person was about 1.9 meters tall. His upper body was exposed, and his bronze-colored skin and bulging muscles were filled with a valiant aura. The fatty looked at the burly man, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. If I remember correctly, you are Mo Wuxian's grandfather, Mo Jun. Am I right? Yes. Mo Jun nodded. We killed your grandson. Don't you hate us? Fatso teased. Mo Jun sighed deeply and said, the past is the past. What's there to hate? Of course, he hated them. But now, he had to suppress this hatred. Because this was the only way to save his life. This was the only way to appease these people. As long as he could appease them temporarily, they would have a chance to report this matter to the imperial capital. When the people from the imperial capital arrived, the new and old grudges would be settled together. You sound sincere, but why doesn't Fat Lord believe you? Fatso looked at him mockingly. Mo Jun said, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I've already let go of this matter. But I haven't. Fatty suddenly roared. Like a mad beast, he stared deadly at the Cloud State Manor's lord and the others. Every time I sleep, I hear the screams and pleas of my clansmen, my father, my mother, my grandfather. Those familiar faces always appear in front of my eyes. Their faces are filled with helplessness and unwillingness. They seem to be asking me why the Situ clan is so loyal to Yun State, the Mansion Master, and the Great Qin Empire. But why did they end up like this? Do you know how I've been through all these years? Every day feels like a year, and I'm living a life worse than death. I've been thinking, why is the heavens so unfair? Not only were the good people framed and slaughtered, but they also had to bear the infamy for more than 10 years while the bad people were able to live freely in the world. In the end, I finally found the answer. This is the way of the world. You can't blame others, you can only blame yourself for being too useless. That's why I have to learn to be strong and become stronger. I want to trample all those who humiliated me under my feet. Fatso muttered to himself as a terrifying murderous aura gradually emanated from his body. Looking at Fatso, the Yun State Mansion Master and the 10 great commanders could not help but feel a sense of panic that could not be dispelled. The Yun State Mansion Master said, I'm very sorry about what happened to your Situ clan. But at first, I didn't know it was the He clan who framed you. Then why didn't you investigate clearly before giving the order? Fatso roared. The Yun State Mansion Master panicked. Fat Lord, let me tell you, why didn't you investigate? Because you are the high and mighty Mansion Master, and no matter how strong my Situ clan is, we are just a dog by your side. We are dispensable. Is that right? Fatso said. It's not like that, The Yoon State Mansion Master shook his head. If you don't even dare to admit this, what right do you have to sit on the Mansion Master's seat? What right do you have to control the life and death of my Situ clan? You don't know right from wrong and don't understand reason. You bastards, all of you will die today. Fatso was furious, and the aura of a 9-star battle master erupted like a volcano. At the same time, he activated the dragon transformation art and transformed into his battle form. Run! The Yoon State Mansion Master roared. With the cultivation of a 9-star battle master and the enhancement of a perfect battle art, no one in the entire Yoon State could match him. No one can leave. Fatso roared, and like a violent beast, he crossed the void and landed in front of a commander with one step. No. He was now a dragon-shaped violent beast. The fan-sized dragon claw reached out and crushed the commander's head. Blood splattered across the sky. Too strong. Seeing this scene, the other 9 commanders trembled in fear. Their faces were pale, and they couldn't summon the slightest bit of courage to fight. The souls of my Situ clan need your blood as a sacrifice. Fatso's killing intent erupted. He attacked with both hands and instantly killed 2 more commanders. Blood dyed the void red. This, the people in the city below were scared out of their wits. In their eyes, the 10 commanders were invincible. But at this moment, in front of Situ Tianyu, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. His strength was too terrifying, wasn't it? How many years had it been, and he had become so strong? How did he do it? In the blink of an eye, another 6 commanders had lost their lives. Until now, only the Yoon State Mansion Master and Mo Jun were still alive. The entire city was dead silent. The Yoon State Mansion Master and Mo Jun were also drowned in deep fear. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it ever end? Let go, child. At this moment, a sigh was heard. An old man with mottled white hair flew over from afar and landed in front of Fatty. He looked even older than the Yoon State Mansion Master, but his aura was stronger than the Yoon State Mansion Master. 9-star Battle Master. You are. Fatso frowned. Chapter 896. So it's you. Fatso suddenly realized and said, are you planning to help them? The old man said, I won't help anyone, I'm just here to resolve this hatred. The seed of hatred has already sprouted, it's not something you can resolve just because you say so. Fat Lord also wants to ask you, what were you doing when they massacred my Situ family? Since you're so kind, shouldn't you come out and stop them? Fatso said. This old man did stop them, but when this old man received the news and rushed over, it was already too late. The old man sighed. Ridiculous. Fatso was so angry that he laughed and landed in front of Mo Jun's body and mind tightened. Just as he was about to escape, Fatso's arm shot out and grabbed his neck. Lord, save me. Mo Jun hurriedly called for help. No one can save you now. Fatso sneered and looked at the old man. Back then, you didn't help my Situ family. Now, I advise you, it's best not to interfere. After saying that, his 5 fingers began to close, and Mo Jun gradually entered a suffocating state. Lord, I don't want to die yet, save me. Mo Jun looked at the Yoon State Mansion Master and screamed. However, the Yoon State Mansion Master did not have any reaction. If there was a way, she would have done it long ago and would not have waited until now. Oh right, I still have a trump card in my hand. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked at Fatso and shouted, let him go immediately, or I'll kill Situ Hai. Uncle Hai. Fatso was shocked. He stared at the Yoon State Mansion Master and said angrily, what did you do to Uncle Hai? Back then, when you went to the capital, I guessed that this day would come. So I asked Mo Jun to investigate Situ Hai's hiding place. Heaven will not let down those who work hard. Last year, we finally found his whereabouts and found the cemetery where your clansmen were buried. At that time, we caught him. As for his safety, it's fine now, but if you dare to continue to be presumptuous, then it's hard to say. The Yoon Prefecture Master sneered coldly. Fatso's eyes darkened as he let go of Mo Jun. Mo Jun immediately ran towards Yoon State's Manor Lord, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Fatso said, hand over Uncle Hai, and Fat Lord will leave your corpses intact. No, you have to promise me that you will never hurt us again and never step into the cloud state again. Then, I will return situ high to you. The governor of Yun State said. Fatso's eyes flickered as he struggled. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right, I promise you. Let him go immediately. It's impossible to release him now. Because I can't believe your words. You guys leave first. Later, I will open the portal and send Situ High to the capital of the spiritual state. You guys can go there and find him." The governor of Yun State said. She was also stalling for time. As long as she could trick Qin Feiyang and the others into going to the spiritual state, she would have time to report this to the imperial capital. Haha, old witch, do you think Fat Lord is an idiot? Are you that gullible? Fatso laughed. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a thought, the double-winged snow eagle appeared. Qin Feiyang said, "Imprison everyone in the capital." Understood. The double-winged snow eagle chuckled. The terrifying Saint Aura was like a raging wave, instantly enveloping the entire capital. Everyone was imprisoned at this moment. The pupils of the former governor of Yun State contracted. It was actually a saint beast. They even had a saint beast by their side. What had these people experienced all these years? At the same time, the governor of Yun State and Mo Jun's faces were also full of disbelief. The fear in their hearts was even greater than before. "Do you think you can threaten us by taking Uncle Hai away?" With a contemptuous smile, Fatso walked step by step to the governor of Yun State. "What do you want to do?" The governor of Yun State was completely scared. He wanted to run, but he was imprisoned by the Majesty and couldn't run. Fatso said, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where Uncle Hai is." The governor of Yun State was so scared that he couldn't even speak. "You're not going to say it? Then go to hell." A cold light flashed in Fatso's eyes. He suddenly raised his dragon claw and directly punched the head of the governor of Yun State. Blood splattered all over Mo Jun, who was beside him. Immediately, Mo Jun's entire body was cold, his face was pale, and his soul was scared away. "Shua." Fatso turned to look at Mo Jun and chuckled. "Are you going to say it or not?" That smile, in Mo Jun's eyes, was like the god of death waving at him. I'll say it. Facing Fatso's bloody methods, his inner defense finally collapsed. "Where is he?" Fatso asked. "He's in the governor's backyard. We didn't hurt a single hair on him. Instead, we treated him like a guest and treated him well. Can you do me a favor and let me go? I swear, I will be honest in the future and never go against you again." Mo Jun begged. "Don't make it sound so dignified. If it wasn't because Uncle Hai can threaten me, would you treat him well? However, Fat Lord is a man of his word. He will leave you with an intact corpse." Fatso sneered. He raised his hand and a black dragon battle chi appeared. Like a sharp blade, it slashed across Mo Jun's neck. "Ah!" Mo Jun immediately screamed. Blood spurted out from the wound on his neck. Soon, he breathed his last and died. And Fatso's face didn't have the slightest hint of joy. Instead, there was a trace of disappointment that couldn't be removed. He stood in the air for a long time without saying a word. Qin Feiyang walked forward and asked, "The murderer and accomplice are both dead, why are you still so depressed?" "Yeah, they're all dead. I should be happy, but I just can't feel happy." Fatso raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's emptiness, right? It's like you've lost your goal and have no motivation." Fatso nodded. "I can understand. All these years, the only thing that can keep you moving forward is the hatred in your heart. And now that you've taken your revenge, you feel like you're missing something in your heart?" Qin Feiyang said. "Yes, it's the feeling," Fatso said. Qin Feiyang immediately slapped Fatso's head and said angrily, "Are we still brothers? You've taken your revenge, but what about me?" Fatso was slightly stunned. That's right. His revenge had been taken, but his boss's revenge hadn't been taken yet. His boss's matter was equivalent to his matter. That's right. He had to pull himself together and continue to fight. However, his head still hurt a little. What does your revenge have to do with Fat Lord? Don't mess with me. He glared at Qin Feiyang and snorted. Then, he turned and flew toward the central city with a smile on his face. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He glanced at the previous mansion master and said lightly, "You don't have to report this to the imperial capital, because we'll be there soon." With that, Qin Feiyang nodded to the double-winged snow eagle. The double-winged snow eagle understood and immediately withdrew its holy aura. "I'm old and can't care so much. It's the world of you young people now." The old man glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then turned and left with a sigh. Mu Qing, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, frowned and said, "Now that you're done, can we go to the imperial capital?" Qin Feiyang pondered and said, "I have to go to the spiritual state again." "Wait for me here." "The spiritual state? Are you crazy? There must be people from the imperial capital in the spiritual state now." Mu Qing said angrily. "I know, but I have to go and find out the situation." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he opened a teleportation gate and walked in with large strides. This bastard really does things his own way. Mu Qing was quite angry. "Don't worry, we have to wait until tomorrow to open the portal and return to the Forgotten Continent," the black-robed old man said telepathically. The portal behind him had already been retracted into his body when Fatso went on a killing spree. Mu Qing raised her eyebrows and turned to look at the black-robed old man. She asked in a low voice, "Ancestor, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just overused my divine power. I just need to rest for a while," the black-robed old man said. Mu Qing said worriedly, "Can you take it when we open the portal tomorrow?" The black-robed old man thought for a moment and said, "By tomorrow, my divine power should have recovered a lot. It shouldn't be too big of a problem." "That won't do. Let's stay a few more days. We'll go back when your divine power has completely recovered," Mu Qing said. "Okay, you arrange it." The black-robed old man smiled. From this conversation, it could be seen that this person trusted and doted on Mu Qing a lot. Spiritual State Capital. East City Treasure Pavilion. In a lounge, a dignified woman in white was sitting at a desk with her head lowered and writing something. Swoosh. Suddenly, a young man in white descended into the lounge. The woman in white frowned and looked up at the young man. At that moment, she froze there, her expression was full of disbelief. "Aunt Xue, it hasn't been long since we last met. Don't tell me you can't recognize me." Qin Feiyang grinned. "That's right. This woman in white was Luo Qingzhu's mother, Luo Chenxue. Is it really you?" Luo Chenxue's body trembled. She put down the pen in her hand, looked at Qin Feiyang, and slowly stood up. "It's the real deal," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Luo Chenxue immediately walked in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the familiar but weather-beaten face in front of her, tears couldn't help but fall from her eyes. That was the love and care of a mother for her son. But suddenly, Luo Chenxue seemed to have thought of something and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Aunt Xue, what are you doing? I already said that in front of you, I am your son." Qin Feiyang quickly bent down and helped Luo Chenxue up. Okay. No matter what, as long as you come back safely." Luo Chenxue was very happy and excited. She took Qin Feiyang's hand and walked to the side of the coffee table to sit down. "Feiyang," Luo Chenxue was about to ask something when Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Aunt Xue, I can't stay too long this time. I can only tell you about my experience in the past few years slowly in the future." Luo Chenxue was stunned, nodded, and asked, "Okay, then why did you come back this time?" Chapter 897. It's true. Luo Chenxue nodded. Damn it. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, and his eyes flashed with a shocking light. Originally, the people in the capital wanted to take me, and Yang Nanshan away. In the end, they let us go under the pleas of Wang Hong and the old master. Luo Chenxue sighed. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is the current governor of the spiritual state still Wang Hong?" "It's him. But he's just a figurehead. Now, there's a large group of invincible black army guarding the city. They won't leave until they catch you. Luo Chenxue said. Qin Feiyang blamed himself. It's all my fault. Don't say that. Whether it's me or the old master, we all treat you as our own child. As long as you're fine, we'll be at ease. Luo Chenxue patted the back of Qin Feiyang's hand and comforted him. But Aunt Xue, I can't be at ease. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his face full of pain. If Luo Chenxue scolded him or beat him up, he would feel better. But the more she did, the more guilty he felt. Okay, don't blame yourself. Life is short. What you need to do now is to stay alive. Only when you're alive will there be hope. Luo Chenxue touched Qin Feiyang's head dotingly and said, Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, suppressed his emotions, and asked, Where's Yin Yuanming? Why don't I see him? He's at the auction house. If you want to see him, I'll call him over now. Luo Chenxue said. No need. The fewer people who know about my return, the better. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. After a moment of silence, he asked, How's Yi? That girl is working very hard. Since you left, she has been in seclusion. Now, it's said that she has suddenly become a 9-star combat emperor. Oh right, there's another little girl. She's on very good terms with Yi now. Yang Nanshan likes her a lot too. I asked Yang Nanshan last time. He said that the girl was your little girlfriend. Is that true? Luo Chenxue looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Little girlfriend? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why didn't he know that he had a little girlfriend? Suddenly, a peerless beauty appeared in his mind, and he hurriedly asked, What's her name? What does he look like? She's called Yu. She has long golden hair and always wears a light golden dress. Anyway, she's very pretty. Luo Chenxue said. That's her. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Is she really your little girlfriend? Luo Chenxue was surprised. I guess so. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and asked, Is she also in the temple? Yes. Furthermore, her cultivation speed is not the slightest bit inferior to Yi's. Right now, she and Yi are known as the twin prides of the inner palace. Luo Chenxue said. What's the point of this? Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. The person that Luo Chenxue was talking about was definitely the mermaid princess. In order to follow in his footsteps, she actually left the Sea of Despair. Didn't she know how dangerous it was for people on land? If her identity was exposed, not only would she suffer, but the entire mermaid clan would also be implicated. Was it worth it to take such a huge risk for him? What a silly woman. I can't tell. He's usually an honest child, but he's actually hiding a little beauty in the dark. How is it? When are you going to bring her to see me personally? Luo Chenxue didn't know about this and teased. She's in the city now. You can see her anytime you want. Do you still need me to bring her here? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. How can it be the same? Luo Chenxue said with a straight face. Yes, yes, yes. When I have time, I'll definitely bring her to see you personally. Qin Feiyang was rather helpless. Luo Chenxue shook her head and laughed. She said with a serious face, Let's stop joking. What do you plan to do next? Qin Feiyang said, I'll go to the imperial capital later and see if I can save my mother. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Going to the imperial capital with your current strength, isn't it like sending a lamb to a tiger's den? Luo Chenxue was shocked. I know, but I can't control myself. If I don't go, I'm afraid I can't cultivate in peace. Qin Feiyang said. Luo Chenxue fell silent. After a long while, she smiled and said, If you want to go, then go. But remember, you must survive. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He took a deep look at Luo Chenxue and stood up resolutely. He opened the portal and left. Yunju. In the sky above the city, Fatso had already returned. Beside him was a skinny old man in black. It was Sichu Hai. Greetings, Your Highness. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Sichu Hai immediately bowed. Back then, when he learned that Qin Feiyang was the son of the emperor, he was also greatly shocked. It was only then that he understood why Fatso would follow this person so loyally. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'm no longer your highness. Elder, you don't have to be so polite. No, no, no. Even if you're no longer your highness now, I should thank you for taking care of Tianyu all these years. Sichu Hai said. Qin Feiyang smiled and didn't say anything else. Can we go now? Mu Qing looked at them and said impatiently. Let's go. Qin Feiyang said. Wait. Sichu Hai quickly reached out his hand and turned to Fatso. He said, Tianyu, come with me. I want to talk to you privately. Okay. Fatso nodded and followed Sichu Hai to the side. Sichu Hai turned around and glanced at Qin Feiyang. He said through voice transmission, Tianyu, I know there are some things that I can't say, but I really can't hold it in. What? Fatso was puzzled. Although everything you have today is because of Qin Feiyang, you've been at his beck and call all these years. It can be said that you've repaid him a lot. Sichu Hai thought to himself. Fatso raised an eyebrow and said, What are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that now that he's going against the emperor, he won't have a good ending. It's best that you leave him. Sichu Hai said. Uncle Hai, you're asking me to be an ungrateful person, Fatso said angrily. This isn't being ungrateful. It's being sensible. You're the only heir left in the Sichu family. Nothing can happen to you. Moreover, who's the emperor? He's the ruler of the great Qin Empire. You can't fight against him at all. So, Tianyu, listen to my advice and leave him. I believe Qin Feiyang can understand you. Sichu Hai tried his best to persuade him. Shut up. Fatso was angry. I, Fatso, may not be a powerful person, but I still know the word loyalty. We'll share blessings and misfortunes. No matter what the future is, I'll always be with you. Uncle Hai, I don't want to hear these words a second time. You should leave Yun State as soon as possible. The death of the Yun State Mansion Lord will be known by the people in the imperial capital sooner or later. When they investigate, you'll be the first to be taken away. After Fatso finished speaking, he turned around and walked toward Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He was disappointed in Sichu Hai. Sigh. What a silly boy. Sichu Hai let out a long sigh and didn't send Fatso and Qin Feiyang off. He turned around and flew out of the city, looking extremely lonely. Qin Feiyang glanced at Sichu Hai's back, then looked at Fatso and said, He's actually concerned about you. You know? Fatso frowned. It's not hard to guess. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Of course, I know he's doing it for my own good, but I can't agree with his behavior. Humans should go out and do something big. What's the point of being a coward? Fatso said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Although Fatso was a bit unreliable, no one could deny that he was indeed a loyal person. Clang. At this moment, with a loud sound, a space-time door appeared in front of Mu Qing. Of course, it was just a replica. However, even if it was a replica, it could be directly teleported to the imperial capital. Where should we stay? Mu Qing looked at Qin Feiyang and asked through voice transmission. Qin Feiyang said, We definitely can't stay in the imperial capital. Let's go to the Black Dragon Swamp. We escaped from there. Okay, let's go to the Black Dragon Swamp. Hearing this name, Mu Qing's eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. Because Mu Shui was killed by Zhuge Mingyang in the Black Dragon Swamp. Although the replica space-time door was not a divine artifact, it was still a divine artifact. With the ability of Qin Feiyang and the others, they couldn't revive it. Therefore, Yiglao had to revive it. And with Yiglao's cultivation, it was too easy to revive a divine artifact. Clang. Old Yi raised his arm and used only a strand of divine power, which was as thin as a strand of hair, to instantly revive the door of time and space. The four of them stepped in one after another. Black Dragon Swamp. After a few years, this place had already changed beyond recognition. However, Mu Qing seemed to be able to sense the aura left behind by Mu Shui before she died. Standing high in the sky, looking down at the ground, grief came from his heart. Why don't we just get rid of Zhuge Mingyang this time? Fatso said. Mu Qing wasn't the only one who hated Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang and Fatso also wanted to kill him. Phew. A moment later. Mu Qing took a deep breath and said, Zhuge Mingyang must die, but that's only secondary. Let me contact Lu Xingchen first. As he spoke, he took out the image crystal and poured his battle qi into it. The image crystal immediately emitted a hazy light. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and looked at the image crystal in Mu Qing's hand. However, after waiting for a long time, Lu Xingchen actually didn't respond. Fatso said in surprise, could it be that he was really caught? It's possible. Qin Feiyang secretly said. But that's not right. The imperial tutor was just taken away by the snow python yesterday. Logically speaking, he should still be in Forgotten Continent. Fatso said in bewilderment. What logic? Doesn't the snow python know how to use the teleportation gate? Moreover, it can even easily suppress a false god, let alone the distance between the central divine kingdom and the glacier forest. I reckon that the imperial tutor had already been driven out by it yesterday. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. If the imperial tutor really came back, then according to his personality, there was a high chance that he would make a move on Lu Xingchen and the others. Although Lu Xingchen had a spatial divine object that could move, if the imperial tutor personally appeared and caught him off guard, then it would be almost impossible for Lu Xingchen to escape. Because the imperial tutor could use his divine sense to capture the location of the spatial divine object. Chapter 898. While Qin Feiyang and Fatso were secretly talking, Mu Qing and Yiglao were also secretly communicating. Mu Qing said in a deep voice, it seems that as Qin Feiyang said, Lu Xingchen has met with an accident. He can't have an accident. But now, I have to find a place to recover my divine power, so I'll leave it to you to gather information. Yiglao said. Okay. Mu Qing responded, put away the image crystal, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, let's go into the city to find out the situation first. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, and then sent Fatso to the castle. Seeing this, Mu Qing's eyes flashed, and said, why don't we let Yiglao go to the castle to recover his divine power? In this way, if anything happens to us in the city, he can help us in time. That's not necessary. As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any big problems. Qin Feiyang said. What kind of joke was this? Letting a fake god go to the castle, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Mu Qing frowned and said helplessly, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope. Is there a need to be so careful? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, it's hard to know what's in a person's heart. It's better to be careful. Mu Qing was seething with anger. Qing, don't force me. I can find a place anywhere. Yiglao said with a smile. Okay. Mu Qing took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, took out a phantom elixir, and changed into a sallow and emaciated young man. Qin Feiyang also took the phantom elixir and turned into a thin and sickly young man. Where are we going? Mu Qing looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Fragrant Moon Tower. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he opened the portal. The two of them walked in one after another. The Fragrant Moon Inn was located in the 1st district. Qin Feiyang was not unfamiliar with this place at all because Qin Yu and Qin she had stayed in the Fragrant Moon brothel before. Even after so many years, the Fragrant Moon brothel was still bustling with activity. On the street in front of the door, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. One by one, young men and women in luxurious clothing walked in and out. Many of them had a small sword symbol embroidered on their clothes. These were the disciples of the Temple of Gods. Swish. Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing appeared in the crowd. There were all kinds of people on the street, so even if there were 2 more people, no one would care. The two of them scanned their surroundings and entered the Fragrant Moon brothel. Are the two of you having a meal? A waiter came up to greet them. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo with a lukewarm attitude. Their current appearances were too ordinary. It was hard to believe that they could spend money in a high-end restaurant like the Fragrant Moon brothel. Let's eat. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Come with me. The waiter glanced at the two of them and then led them to a corner of the lobby. Although the two of them looked poor, one couldn't judge a book by its cover after all. Besides, although the Fragrant Moon brothel was not a superforce, it had a certain reputation in the capital. No one dared to dine and dash here. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also scanning the people in the lobby. Although it was still morning, there were many people drinking and chatting here. However, the topics they discussed were basically trivial matters that didn't have much value. As they walked, Qin Feiyang suddenly noticed that there were two young men sitting opposite each other at a table. Both of them had outstanding appearances and extraordinary temperaments. One of them was quite tall, about 1.9 meters. The other was slightly shorter, about 1.75 meters. There was a small sword symbol on their chests. It was obvious that they were both disciples of the Divine Hall. Beside the two of them, there was a table that was empty. No one was sitting at it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He pointed at the table and smiled. "Let's sit there." Mu Qing glanced at the table and then looked at the two disciples of the Divine Hall next to it. He immediately understood Qin Feiyang's intention. He shrugged and said indifferently, "Anything is fine." The waiter led the two of them over. "What would you like to order?" After Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing took their seats, the waiter asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "2 pots of wine first and a few dishes to go with the wine." "That's all." "Okay. Wait a moment." The waiter shouted, then turned around and ran away in a hurry. Mu Qing glanced at the two disciples of the Divine Hall and then looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "I haven't been to the capital for many years. I wonder if there have been any changes." As he spoke, he winked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang understood and whispered, "I heard that all the princes were killed. I don't know if it's true or not." Although he deliberately lowered his voice, the two disciples of the Divine Hall next to them still heard it clearly. The two of them couldn't help but turn to look at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing, frowning slightly. Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing pretended not to see it and continued their discussion. After a while, the waiter brought 2 pots of wine and 4 dishes. He put them on the table and then turned to leave. The two disciples of the Divine Hall were still paying attention to Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing. Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing looked at each other with an imperceptible smile in their eyes. Then, the two of them drank and discussed as if nothing had happened. "You two, just have a few words. Don't keep talking." The short young man finally couldn't help but turn to Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing and whispered, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing looked at the man suspiciously. The short young man said, "I'm doing it for your own good. If you continue to talk, you may die." Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise and doubt. Mu Qing whispered, "Brother, what do you mean?" The tall young man rolled his eyes and said, "It means that the topic you are talking about is already a taboo in the capital." "Taboo? So the princes were really killed?" Qin Feiyang said in surprise. "Shut." The two disciples of the Divine Hall suddenly changed their faces and hurriedly made a gesture to Qin Feiyang to keep quiet. Qin Feiyang also immediately covered his mouth, pretending to be frightened and glancing around. "Let me tell you," the short young man wanted to say something, but he stopped and waved his hand. "Forget it, I won't say anything. If you want to die, continue your discussion." "Brother, what's going on? Don't keep us in suspense." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice with a curious expression. "How about this? A few days ago, we happened to get a spiritual sea pill. If you two are willing to tell us, we'll give it to you for free." Mu Qing offered a tempting offer. A spiritual sea pill. The two disciples' eyes lit up. Although they were disciples of the Divine Hall, the spiritual sea pill could repair their sea of qi. It was extremely precious for them. The two disciples looked at each other and pondered for a moment. The tall young man asked, "Do you really have a spiritual sea pill?" Mu Qing took out a spiritual sea pill from his Chenkuan bag, shook it, and quickly put it away. The spiritual sea pill only had 1 stripe. Even so, the two disciples were still tempted. The short young man looked around and whispered, "We can't talk about this here. After all, there are too many people here." "Understood, understood." Mu Qing nodded repeatedly. Then, he and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. A glint flashed in their eyes. Then, they looked up at the busy waiter and waved at him. "Come here." The waiter trotted over and asked with a smile, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Arrange a private room for me. In addition, the previous expenses of the 2 guests here will also be charged to me. Mu Qing pointed at the 2 disciples of the Divine Hall and smiled. They had heard of it. The 2 disciples were overjoyed. The 2 of them were disciples of the Sacred Hall, so this sort of expenditure was nothing to them. However, they were very satisfied with Mu Qing's attitude. A private room? But the waiter was stunned. Are you afraid that we don't have the money to pay? Mu Qing raised his eyebrows. He took out the spiritual sea pill and shook it in front of the waiter. No, no. The waiter shuddered and quickly shook his head. A flattering smile appeared on his face. What a joke. How could he be poor if he even had a spiritual sea pill? This was also true to the saying, you can't judge a book by its cover. Fortunately, they did not offend them before. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Then why don't you hurry up? We still have to entertain our distinguished guest. Mu Qing said with a sullen face. Hearing the words distinguished guests, the 2 disciples of the Divine Hall also stood up. The smiles on their faces were even brighter. The waiter also looked at the 2 people with a surprised look. They actually knew disciples of the Divine Hall? All the more reason to treat them with respect. 4 young masters, please follow me. The waiter smiled flatteringly and quickly led the 4 people upstairs. Soon, they entered a private room on the 4th floor. Qin Feiyang said a few words to the waiter and then let him leave. Mu Qing immediately took out the spiritual sea pill and handed it to the 2 people with both hands. The short young man took it with a smile. He shook his head and said with a smile, I didn't know that the 2 of you were rich. Rich? Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. However, with their wealth, they were indeed worthy of the title of local tycoons. Please sit down. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said with a smile. The 4 people sat in a circle. After a while, the waiter brought 4 jars of the fragrant Moon Restaurant's best wine and more than a dozen delicious dishes. How generous. The 2 disciples of the Divine Hall looked at the dishes on the table and laughed happily. The dishes on the table were estimated to cost at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Come, come, come. Don't be polite. Let me propose a toast to the 2 of you. Next. Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing did not ask anything. They just drank with the 2 of them. After the 4 jars of wine were finished, they ordered another 4. In the end, the 2 disciples of the Divine Hall were a little drunk. It was also at this moment that Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. A cunning smile flashed across their eyes. Qin Feiyang asked calmly, Brothers, are the princes really dead? Dead. The eldest prince, the 2nd prince, and the 15th prince are all dead. They were killed by a man named Qin Feiyang. Feng Yun and Lin Dian, the 2 sons of Marquis, also died in his hands. He is really a killer. By the way, do you know who Qin Feiyang is? He is the 14th prince who was destroyed and expelled from the imperial capital. A few years ago, he came back to take revenge. It is said that he even fought with the emperor. He is extremely cruel. Now, only a group of princesses are left in the imperial palace. But I heard that His Majesty and Empress gave birth to a Raiko last year. Chapter 899. Another Raiko? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. Mu Qing was also a little surprised. She smiled secretly and said, Congratulations, you have another brother, and he is your biological brother from the same father and mother. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. My mother's position as the empress has already been abolished. Don't you know? Mu Qing was slightly taken aback. She smiled bitterly and said, Don't mention it. I really forgot. The current empress seems to be the first prince's mother? Yes. Qin Feiyang secretly responded. Mu Qing's eyes flashed. She smiled and said, Then I'm afraid no one can take away her position as the empress. Because there was a saying in the royal family. A mother's status depended on her son, and now, all the children of the emperor were princesses. It was impossible for a princess to inherit the throne. So, the Raiko born by the emperor and empress would definitely be the future crown prince. If there were no accidents, he would definitely become the future emperor of the great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It's still too early to talk about this. Then I'll wait and see. Mu Qing smiled secretly. Then she looked at the two disciples of the Divine Hall and asked, "What's the name of this Raiko?" The short young man said, "I think is called Qin Haotian, the same name as the 14th prince. It seems that the emperor is going to let this Raiko completely replace Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang's real name is Qin Haotian. To be honest, this Qin Feiyang is quite pitiful. As the former top genius of the imperial capital, even Zhuge Mingyang's halo was overshadowed by him. Moreover, he was the most promising prince to inherit the throne. It's really a pity that he has fallen to this point." The tall young man also sighed. "Replace me." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, and there was a sharp light in his eyes. Although he no longer used the name Qin Haotian, he abhorred the emperor's actions. The short youth said, "I also heard that the emperor created another bright sky palace for this Raiko." "What?" The anger in Qin Feiyang's heart almost exploded. Putting aside the fact that they had given him the same name, they had even created a new dawn celestial palace. This wasn't just a replacement, it was a complete humiliation to him. Mu Qing did not comfort Qin Feiyang. Instead, she pursed her lips playfully. It was easy to imagine that Qin Feiyang had the urge to kill someone, but he had no choice but to hold it in. He liked to see Qin Feiyang fall into this kind of situation. But he was disappointed. Qin Feiyang quickly calmed down. He looked at the two people and asked, "Then, is there any change in the structure of the Divine Hall?" "What change can there be in the Divine Hall? The Elixir Hall and the Martial Arts Hall are still controlled by the sons of the martial marquises. However, a few people have risen rapidly in the past few years. They are even threatening the people on the Elixir God list and the Martial God list." The two said. "Who?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Lu Xingchen, Ren Wushuang, Shen Mai, Dong Zhengyang, Tan Wu, Wn Qiu, Ling Yu, Luo Dan, Zhao Yu, Feng Ranran, Feng Wuxie, Xuening, Xueror. This group of people entered the imperial capital with Qin Feiyang. They are also from the 9 prefectures. We originally thought that only Qin Feiyang was terrifying, but we didn't expect that these people were also monstrous. The two frowned and couldn't figure it out. This Wn Qiu is still alive. Qin Feiyang was surprised. This guy's life was really tough. However, he still believed that Ren Wushuang and Shen Mai could threaten the people on the Elixir God list and the Martial God list after all these years of growth. After all, the two of them had opened the door of potential. Lu Xingchen, on the other hand, was mysterious and unfathomable. However, although people like Tan Wu and Wn Qiu were talented, it was impossible for them to grow to this level in the past few years. Why was that? Just as Qin Feiyang was thinking, Mu Qing looked at the two people and asked, "Is Lu Xingchen still in the Divine Hall?" "No." The short young man shook his head. Mu Qing's pupils shrank and asked, "Then where is he now?" "We don't know either." Late last night, the state preceptor suddenly came to the Divine Hall with the law enforcers and took away Lu Xingchen, Shen Mai, Ren Wushuang, and Dong Zhengyang. The short young man said. Mu Qing suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Bastard, you lied to me." "Did I lie to you?" Qin Feiyang looked at him innocently. "You told me that Lu Xingchen had been locked up in the divine prison for a long time, but now they said that he was taken away last night and they didn't lie to me." Mu Qing said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "Then I'm not wrong. He must be locked up in the divine prison now." "Humph." Mu Qing snorted and asked, "Then what do you think we should do next?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "We can only think of a way to sneak into the back mountain of the imperial palace and see if we can enter the divine prison. Not to mention the back mountain, even if it's the gate of the imperial palace, with our current ability, we can't sneak in." Mu Qing said in a deep voice. "Brothers, this is actually not a secret. Everyone in the imperial capital knows about it, but they don't dare to talk about it. But why do you look like you don't know anything about it?" The two disciples of the divine palace looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "We have been cultivating in the mountains all these years and have not inquired about the situation outside." "I see. The two of them nodded in realization. Next, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing drank with the two of them again and also got a lot of other news. At night, the bustling city gradually quieted down. At midnight, in the sky, the waning moon hung high. Sometimes a dark cloud floated by, blocking the waning moon, making the land look extremely dim. Inner city. In a certain alley, two black shadows shuttled back and forth silently in the night. Inner city. There was no bustling downtown. Because the divine palace and the mansions of the Marquis were all entrenched in the inner city. Therefore, the night in the inner city was even quieter than the 10 districts outside. And those two black shadows were Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing. The two of them passed through the alley and entered a wide street. On both sides of the street were rows of lush trees. The two of them hid in the shadows of the trees and advanced quickly. A moment later, Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and stood behind the tree, looking at the opposite street. On the opposite side, there was a door, golden and dazzling, rather imposing. Behind the door was a huge mansion. At the door, two large lanterns were hanging, emitting a bright candlelight. Through the candlelight, one could clearly see that there was a plaque made of gold hanging above the door. On it, there were 3 bold and powerful words engraved. Qianwu Marquis. On both sides of the door, 4 guards stood upright, emitting a strong aura. What's wrong? Mu Qing stopped and looked at the mansion opposite, then looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Nothing. I just remembered some things from the past. Qin Feiyang shook his head and continued to rush forward. He was no stranger to Marquis Qianwu. That year, Marquis Qianwu set up a banquet and invited him to his mansion. In the end, the two of them fell out. It was Lu Xingchen who saved him. And with the help of Lu Xingchen, they even killed Marquis Qianwu's son, Fengyun. In order to take revenge on Marquis Qianwu, he even specially sent Fengyun's corpse to Marquis Qianwu. At that time, Marquis Qianwu was extremely angry. It was estimated that Marquis Qianwu hated him to the bone. However, he did not put a mere martial marquis in his heart. Although the various martial marquis had a high status in the Great Qin Empire, their overall strength was not very strong. There were even some martial marquis manor that were not as strong as those superfamilies. And the reason why they were able to occupy the inner city and have such a high status was completely because of their ancestors. Their ancestors were all people who accompanied the first-generation emperor to conquer the world. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang and Marquis Qianwu passed through the inner city and stopped behind a big tree and looked ahead. In front of them was a wide street and opposite the street was a plaza. The plaza was very big and brightly lit, but there was no one in sight. And at the end of the plaza, there was a tall city wall. The city wall was completely black and tens of meters tall. It emitted a cold aura like a black python that extended to the ends of the earth. And in the middle of the plaza, there was a city gate with 2 grand words above it. Imperial Palace. That's right. This was the gate of the Imperial Palace. But at this moment, the city gate was tightly shut and there were 10 black armored guards standing on both sides. It was the invincible Black Army. Judging from the aura they emitted, they were all battle saint. Moreover, on the city wall, there was an invincible Black Army soldier every 5 meters. And in the middle of the city gate, one could clearly see a tall and sturdy man sitting cross-legged. He was also wearing black armor, but the aura he emitted was more than 2 times stronger than the other soldiers of the invincible Black Army. Do you see that? With such tight security, even a fly can't fly in, let alone 2 people like us. Mu Qing glanced at the gate of the Imperial Palace and said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang remained silent and looked at the tall and sturdy man. Did you hear what I said? Mu Qing frowned and looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang's gaze. His body trembled slightly and he said to himself, who is he? The deputy commander of the invincible Black Army. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing rubbed his forehead and said, the deputy commander is personally guarding the gate of the Imperial Palace. The chances of sneaking in are even slimmer. You're right. It's impossible to sneak in. We have to think of another way. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. The guards at the gate of the Imperial Palace were not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was the back of the mountain. Because the Kirin army was guarding the back of the mountain. The Kirin army was even stronger than the invincible Black Army. The Kirin army. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and his eyes shone with a thoughtful light. I've got an idea. After a while, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Mu Qing with a smile. What idea? Mu Qing looked at him expectantly. In the back of the imperial palace, other than the emperor and the state preceptor, the commander and deputy commander of the Kirin army can also enter freely. And they don't have to report to anyone. If we can persuade one of them, it will be easy to enter the back of the mountain. Chapter 900. Convince them. Mu Qing was speechless. It was not hard to imagine that the commander and deputy commander of the Kirin army were the confidants of the emperor. To convince them, it was better to just barge in. Qin Feiyang laughed. I know it will be hard to convince them, but I am confident. Are you sure? Although Qin Feiyang looked confident, Mu Qing was still doubtful. Follow me. Qin Feiyang turned and walked down the left side of the street. Mu Qing chased after him and asked suspiciously, where are we going? The commander and deputy commander of the Kirin army, although they have been staying in the imperial palace, they still have family. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Mu Qing nodded. After about 100 breaths, the two of them entered an alley and entered the opposite street. Then Qin Feiyang stopped in the middle of the street and looked around. One after another, huge mansions were situated on both sides of the street in picturesque disorder, but they were all Wu government. Mu Qing stood silently at the side. Seeing Qin Feiyang not moving, she frowned. Do you remember? I went there a few times when I was young. It should be around here. Qin Feiyang muttered. When you were young? Mu Qing's forehead was filled with black lines. When Qin Feiyang was young, it was before he was 10 years old. After so many years, everything had changed. How could she find it? This bastard, he was indeed unreliable. I remember, the commander's mansion of the Kirin army is beside a crossroad. On both sides of the mansion's door, there are 2 stone-carved daotai. Qin Feiyang said. Crossroad daotai. Mu Qing scanned the 2 sides of the street, pointed to the right, and said, there is a crossroad there. Let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them silently sneaked over. Before they even got close, they saw 2 daotai statues in front of the gate of a mansion. The 2 stone sculptures were vivid and lifelike. Their mouths were wide open and their eyes were glaring furiously, exuding a menacing aura. Right here. Qin Feiyang stopped under a big tree on the side of the street. Like a ghost, he looked at the mansion across the street. There were 4 guards standing guard in front of the door. They were all dressed in black, and their eyes were looking straight ahead. His aura wasn't very strong. He was a 5-star war ancestor. Above the door, there were 6 large golden words. The Kirin army commander's office. Every stroke of the words was like an iron hook, emitting a shocking murderous aura. Mu Qing swallowed and sent a voice transmission. How's the commander's cultivation? I don't know. But one thing is for sure, it's definitely a battle emperor. So, remember to be careful. Qin Feiyang secretly warned. Mu Qing nodded. However, as if he suddenly thought of something, his expression changed slightly, and he said in surprise, are you going to break in like this? Do you think I'm stupid? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Although the Chilean army's commander wasn't in the mansion, one didn't need to think to know that there was definitely a powerhouse keeping watch inside the mansion. Breaking in like this was simply courting death. Then what are you going to do? Mu Qing asked. I remember that the Kirin army commander has a daughter who is about the same age as me. What's her name? I don't have a deep impression. I forgot. In short, if we can get her, the Kirin army commander will naturally take the initiative to come to us. I just don't know if she's in the mansion now. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing's eyes lit up, and he asked, do you still remember where she lives? I've only met her a few times. How would I know where she lives? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Mu Qing said, then let's sneak in first, and then slowly look for her. Qin Feiyang glanced at the wall of the mansion, and then looked at the 4 guards at the door, and whispered, be careful. Don't let them find us. Mu Qing nodded. The two of them slowly retreated. They didn't stop until they were out of the sight of the 4 guards. Then, the two of them quietly rushed to the opposite side of the street and came to the bottom of the wall. Mu Qing directly prepared to climb over the wall without saying a word. What's the hurry? Let's observe first. Qin Feiyang pulled him down, and then jumped up, holding the edge of the top of the wall with both hands, and craned his head to look inside. What came into sight was a garden with lush vegetation and hundreds of flowers in full bloom, filling the air with a strong floral fragrance. There were also several rockery and a clear stream. The stream flowed slowly, making splashing sounds. On the narrow path in the garden, there were black-clothed guards standing there. Judging from their auras, the lowest cultivation level was a 5-star war master. Mu Qing also jumped up and looked inside. His eyes swept across the guards, and his pupils contracted slightly as he sent a sound transmission. This is too much. According to his calculations, there were no less than 20 guards in the garden in front of him. Basically, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 7 steps. That's why I asked you to observe first. If you were to climb in like you did just now, you would definitely be discovered. Qin Feiyang thought. Then, his aura was restrained to the extreme, and his movements were abnormally careful. He climbed up the wall and gently landed on the grass below. Mu Qing also climbed in, and was also extremely careful. Even his breathing and heartbeat were controlled to the minimum. Then, the two of them hid behind a small tree and looked at the guards. Mu Qing thought, we haven't been discovered, let's go. The two of them were about to take a step forward. But suddenly, from the small tree in front of them, 2 green lights shot out. Immediately, the two of them couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They didn't even have time to see what the green light was before they hurriedly retreated. Who is it? It was also because their movements were too big that they alarmed the guards. They all turned their heads to look at the two of them. Who are you? What's your purpose in sneaking into the commander's mansion? More than 10 guards immediately cut through the air and surrounded Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing. Damn it! Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing glanced at the guards, their faces extremely gloomy. They had just snuck into the mansion and were actually exposed. It was really a bad start. Hurry up and report your names. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing were silent, one of the guards shouted sternly. At this moment, the commotion here also alarmed the guards further away. They all rushed over with incomparably sharp gazes. Shua. It was also at this moment. The 2 green lights stopped in the air. They were actually 2 small green snakes. They were very small, about the size of chopsticks. The snakes flicked their tongues and were as green as jade. If they blended with the leaves and grass, it would be impossible to detect them. On the surface, these 2 small snakes didn't seem to be a threat at all. Spirit snake. But when Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing saw the true appearance of the small snakes, their expressions changed drastically. The phantom serpent was an extremely rare and terrifying beast. But what was terrifying was not their strength but their physical characteristics. Not only were they small, but they could also change the color of their skin according to the changes in the environment. In short, they were just like chameleons. However, this was only a secondary matter. The most terrifying thing about them was that they didn't have any smell at all. For example, other snakes would emit a fishy smell. Not to mention snakes, even other ferocious beasts, or even humans, would more or less have some scent on them. But Spirit Snake didn't have it at all. Moreover, not only did they have no smell, but they also didn't have any aura. It wasn't because they had restrained their aura, but because they were born without it, and it had nothing to do with their cultivation. Even if they cultivated to War Master, War Saint, or even War King, they would not reveal the slightest bit of their aura. Just like their name, they were like ghosts. It wasn't an exaggeration. If they didn't appear on their own, even if they were under your feet, you wouldn't notice them. Mu Qing's face was gloomy to the extreme, his eyes were filled with anger, and he thought to himself, why didn't you say earlier that there was a spirit snake here? When I came here when I was young, I never heard of a spirit snake. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission, and also felt a headache coming on. The spirit snake's attack power wasn't high, but they were colorless and odorless, and were good at camouflage. Although their venom wasn't fatal, it could numb one's nerves. It could be said that they were natural guardians. This Kirin army commander was also smart, to actually let them guard the mansion. Then what should we do now? Mu Qing was burning with anxiety. It was no longer realistic to hide in the castle at this time. Because once they disappeared into thin air, what would the guards think? Don't worry, there will be a way. Qin Feiyang secretly said, trying to calm himself down. Don't think that you can get away with it if you don't say anything. I'm telling you, if you don't make it clear today, you will all die. Don't even think about escaping. Our mansion has more than these 2 spirit snakes. Look at your feet. One of the guards sneered. And more guards surrounded them, and now there were more than 30 people. Feet. Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing were stunned, and they quickly looked down, and their faces suddenly turned pale. They saw that in the grass under their feet, spirit snakes kept coming out. They were only the length of chopsticks. Densely packed. The 2 of them couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. What's going on? At this moment, an old man in black came through the air and landed in front of a group of guards. Butler, you came at the right time, we caught 2 little thieves. Yes, they sneaked into the mansion sneakily, I don't know what they want to do. The group of guards said. Little thieves? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and suddenly a plan came to his mind. Hearing this, the butler was also stunned, looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing, and sneered, You are bold, do you know where this place is? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The butler and the group of guards were stunned. They didn't even know where the Kirin army commander's mansion was. Where did these 2 little thieves come from? Ahem. The butler coughed and said, Listen carefully, this is the mansion of the Kirin army commander. What? Qin Feiyang's face changed greatly, and his body trembled, looking very scared and desperate. What? Cramps? Mu Qing looked at him suspiciously. Screw you. If you want to live, do it with me. Qin Feiyang cursed secretly. What was this guy thinking? Couldn't he tell that he was pretending? Chapter 901. Looking at the appearance of Qin Feiyang and Li Yunhong, the butler frowned. They really didn't know. The housekeeper said in a deep voice, Then why did you sneak in? Qin Feiyang stammered. Tell me. The housekeeper shouted sternly. Qin Feiyang said, We came in to see if there is anything valuable. Hearing that, the housekeeper and a group of guards looked at each other. It should be known that the status of the commander of the Kirin army in the capital, even Marquis had to be respectful to him. These 2 little thieves actually dared to come here to steal. Their guts were too fat. Your cultivation is not weak. You can casually find a place to make a lot of money. Why did you do this kind of sneaky business? The housekeeper asked. Obviously, he didn't believe Qin Feiyang's words. It's too troublesome to make money. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said in fear. The housekeeper frowned and said, So you stole? Qin Feiyang nodded. Stealing is indeed a way to make money quickly, but do you know the consequences of being caught? The housekeeper looked at the 2 of them in disgust. He believed it. It was not that he was stupid. It was that Qin Feiyang and the others' pretense was too real. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked up at the housekeeper, and begged, We didn't do anything outrageous. Can you let us go? Let you go? Humph. Let me tell you, the people I hate the most are lazy people like you who reap without sowing. The housekeeper's eyes turned cold. Whoosh. At the same time, on the grass, 2 phantom snakes suddenly jumped up and bit Qin Feiyang and the others' legs. At that moment, Qin Feiyang and the others felt a venom seeping into their bodies and then turning into terrible toxins, spreading to their limbs and bones. The first place to be paralyzed was their legs. Now, it was a little difficult for them to take a step. This is bad. Mu Qing mumbled. If he didn't get rid of the poison quickly, it wouldn't be long before his entire body would be paralyzed. At that time, not to mention these guards in front of him, even a 1-star war sect would be able to easily deal with them. The steward glanced at the 2 of them, and a ferocious look flashed in his eyes. He said, Send them to the Snake Emperor. What? The expressions of the group of guards changed. His eyes were filled with fear. He seemed to be very afraid of the so-called Snake Emperor. Four bodyguards stepped forward and escorted Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong out of the garden. They are the two little thieves. You look so weak, yet you actually dare to come to our governor's manor to steal. Why don't you just kill them? The guards they met along the way all looked curiously at Qin Feiyang and Bai Yunfei. When they found out that Qin Feiyang was going to be given to the Snake Emperor, all of them turned pale with fright. Looking at the expressions of these people, Qin Feiyang and Bai Yunfei became more and more bewildered. The four guards carried the two of them through layers of halls and arrived outside a dark forest. There were no guards here. The poison in Qin Feiyang and Bai Yunfei's body had already spread to their arms. Mu Qing glanced at the small forest and asked, "Four big brothers, what is the Snake Emperor?" "You'll know later." The four of them sneered and carried the two of them into the small forest. Ding dong. Walking and walking. A burst of melodious zither music floated into the ears of Qin Feiyang and Bai Yunfei. The sound of the zither came from behind the small forest. "Who's playing the zither?" The two of them were surprised. Miss one of the guards said expressionlessly. "En." Qin Feiyang and Bai Yunfei looked at each other. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Soon, they walked out of the small forest and a lake entered their line of sight. The lake was about a few hundred feet in front of the small forest. The light of the waning moon spread down, and the lake was rippling with layers of light. Except for the melodious zither music, there was no other sound here. It was dead silent. But the sound of the zither was still farther across the lake. The four guards didn't continue to move forward. They stopped in front of the lake and looked at it. By now, Qin Feiyang and Bai Yunfei had been paralyzed except for their heads. If they weren't held by the four guards, they might not be able to stand steadily. Mu Qing said anxiously, "For big brothers, we really know we're wrong. Please have mercy on us, okay? The moment you stepped into the mansion, your fate was already decided." One of them said expressionlessly. "Dong." Immediately, the four of them lifted Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing and threw them directly into the lake, splashing water. Then, the four guards turned around and left quickly. They looked very anxious. They felt that there was a man-eating beast lurking in the lake. In the lake water was very clear, but a little cold. Qin Feiyang and Bai Yunfei's bodies were paralyzed and kept sinking. "Bastard, why don't you think of a way?" Mu Qing secretly transmitted her voice and glanced below vigilantly. Her face was full of anxiety. Without a doubt, the Snake Emperor must be in this lake. Splash! Before her voice died away. At the bottom of the lake below, a shocking undercurrent emerged. Qin Feiyang and Bai Yunfei were shocked. They hurriedly looked down and were dumbfounded. Although there was an undercurrent below, they didn't see any trace of a beast. And they didn't sense the aura of a beast. What's going on? The two of them were surprised. The undercurrent was getting fiercer and fiercer. They also felt a strong sense of crisis that was rapidly approaching. No. There must be something in here. Mu Qing's face was gloomy. Could it be? Qin Feiyang suddenly seemed to think of something, and his eyes trembled slightly. "What is it?" Mu Qing asked. "They are all talking about the Snake Emperor. I think it should be a spirit Snake Emperor," Qin Feiyang said. Yes, it must be." Mu Qing quivered and nodded repeatedly. The spirit snake could change the color of its skin at will. In the water, it could also change the color of its skin to the same color as the water. In this way, it mixed with the lake water and it was difficult to see it with the naked eye. However, even if the two of them discovered this, they couldn't do anything to the Spirit Snake Emperor. Because the Spirit Snake Emperor didn't have any aura, they didn't know how strong it was or where it was. They could only pay attention to the undercurrent. Generally speaking, the water in the lake was still. There was only one situation where there would be an undercurrent. That was, something was swimming in the water. In other words, this undercurrent was generated when the Spirit Snake Emperor was swimming. Therefore, as long as they paid attention to the undercurrent, they could distinguish the approximate location of the Spirit Snake Emperor. However, even if they found the location of the Spirit Snake Emperor, they were helpless now. Because their whole body was paralyzed, they couldn't fight back at all. Suddenly, that undercurrent was heading straight for them. The crisis was getting stronger and stronger. Without a doubt, the Spirit Snake Emperor was swimming towards them. Mu Qing struggled for a while. His numb body made him feel despair. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stared at the surging undercurrent, his expression uncertain. Shua. Just as the undercurrent was about to engulf the two of them, Qin Feiyang's mind stirred, and the dual-winged snow eagle appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted, "Quickly try and see if you can trap it." The dual-winged snow eagle nodded. A terrifying holy aura roared out and pounced towards the undercurrent. At that moment, the undercurrent quickly retreated to the bottom of the lake. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "It's escaping, which means that its strength is not as good as yours. Quickly imprison it." Boom! The dual-winged snow eagle's holy aura erupted and crazily pounced towards the undercurrent. The lake was also instantly stirred up with huge waves. What's going on with this holy aura? The commotion here was too big, and the people in the governor's mansion were alarmed. Even the entire inner city could feel the holy aura of the dual-winged snow eagle. In the lake, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing were like fallen leaves in the wind, bobbing up and down with the waves. "Someone's coming, quickly," Qin Feiyang urged. He could clearly sense that there were a few powerful auras rushing towards them. The dual-winged snow eagle's eyes darkened slightly, and its battle aura surged. The water in the lake instantly evaporated. Boom! Accompanied by two loud sounds, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing fell into the mud at the bottom of the lake one after another, and their bodies were in a mess. But at the same time, the dual-winged snow eagle finally caught the Spirit Snake Emperor. It was still the color of water, and it was more than 10 meters long, like a water dragon. It was trapped by the dual-winged snow eagle's battle aura barrier, and it did not seem very strong. The dual-winged snow eagle's eyes flashed fiercely, and it shouted, "If you don't want to die, shrink right now." The Spirit Snake Emperor's body trembled, and it quickly shrank to half a meter long. The dual-winged snow eagle brought it to Qin Feiyang's side and asked, "What now?" Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Bring Mu Qing here, and let's hide in the castle for a while." The dual-winged snow eagle flapped its wings and landed beside Mu Qing. Then, its battle aura surged and swept Mu Qing up, and it quickly returned to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang said, "Grab my hand." The dual-winged snow eagle immediately reached out its claws and grabbed Qin Feiyang's wrist. Then, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the two men and two beasts disappeared without a trace. Not long after they entered the castle, 6 figures descended on the lake. The leader was a red-haired old man wearing a fiery red robe. His aura was unfathomable. The other 5 were all middle-aged men wearing black robes. Their brows were emitting a murderous aura. Looking at the lake, their faces were gloomy to the extreme. Whiz! Not long later, the steward of the governor's mansion also rushed over. He scanned the lake below and asked in shock, "What's going on?" The red-haired old man said in a deep voice, "I want to ask you the same thing." The steward's face paled. After pondering for a while, he asked in surprise, "Could it be them?" "Who?" the red-haired old man asked, his eyes like a blade, aggressive. The steward said, "Not long ago, we caught 2 thieves who snuck into the mansion to steal." "And then?" the red-haired old man said. "I asked the guards to send them here as food for the Snake Emperor. However, before they were sent here, they were bitten by the spirit snake and their bodies were already numb. They shouldn't have the strength to fight back. And what appeared just now was also a holy aura. The 2 of them are only war masters," the steward said. Chapter 902. The Spirit Snake Emperor had no aura and could change the color of its skin, so he didn't know if the Spirit Snake Emperor was still here. Of course, he didn't believe that something would happen to the Spirit Snake Emperor with such an innate advantage. But after a while, he didn't get a response from the Spirit Snake Emperor, nor did he see the shadow of the Spirit Snake Emperor. Gradually, the red-haired old man's heart sank. He looked at the butler and said gloomily, "Go and call those guards over." Okay. The butler nodded and hurriedly turned and flew away. Soon. He flew back with the 4 guards. Greetings, Lord. Seeing the red-haired old man, the 4 of them hurriedly bowed. Let me ask you. Did you throw those 2 into the lake? The red-haired old man asked. Yes. We only left after watching them sink into the lake. The 4 of them nodded. The red-haired old man said, Did they do anything unusual on the way? No. They were all under our control. If there was anything unusual, we would definitely have noticed. The 4 guards said. Damn it. The red-haired old man's eyebrows were suddenly filled with anger. What's wrong? The butler looked at him suspiciously. I don't think they are here to steal at all. They are here specifically for the Spirit Snake Emperor. The red-haired old man said in a deep voice. The butler said, You mean, the Spirit Snake Emperor has been taken away by them? That must be the case. The red-haired old man nodded. His eyes flashed coldly as he ordered, They shouldn't have escaped in such a short time. Immediately seal the mansion and don't let anyone suspicious go. The butler asked, Should we report this matter to the commander? Of course. The Spirit Snake Emperor was tamed by the commander with great difficulty. How can it be taken away by others? The red-haired old man said coldly, then looked at the 5 burly men and said, You guys stay here. The 5 of them nodded. Then the red-haired old man turned and left. The butler immediately led the 4 guards to make the arrangements. The peaceful commander's mansion suddenly became lively. At the same time, it was filled with an aura of mutual hostility. Soon, another white figure came from the opposite side of the lake and stopped in front of the 5 middle-aged men. Greetings, miss. The 5 of them bowed respectfully. This was a girl in the prime of her youth. Her pure white dress was like snow, and her black hair danced in the wind. Her facial features were exquisite, and her skin was like jade. She was like a fairy that had descended. The woman glanced at the lake below and asked suspiciously, What happened? One of the middle-aged men said, Someone kidnapped the Spirit Snake Emperor. The woman frowned. Miss, those 2 people haven't been found yet. It's too dangerous for you to live there alone. How about I send someone to protect you? The middle-aged man said. It's all right. The woman smiled, turned around, and left. From beginning to end, she appeared very calm. In the meantime, inside the castle, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing had taken the detoxification pill. Most of the toxins had been removed, and they could move their limbs. With Lu Hong's help, Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at the Spirit Serpent Emperor. Spirit Serpent Emperor was still trapped in the battle chi boundary. Its eyes seemed to be formed by water as it stared at the double-winged snow eagle in horror. Do you want to die? Qin Feiyang asked. The Spirit Serpent Emperor shook its head like a rattledrum. What a coward. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh and said, Then tell me your cultivation. 9-star battle sect. The voice of the Spirit Serpent Emperor sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Not bad. Now you have 2 choices. First, submit to me. Second, die. Qin Feiyang said. When he found the Spirit Serpent Emperor, he had already thought of subduing it. Because of the innate advantage of the Spirit Serpent Emperor, it could help him a lot. He could even cultivate it into an invisible killer that would strike fear in people's hearts. The Spirit Serpent Emperor hesitated. I know what you are hesitating about. Your current master is the commander of the Kirin army. Not only is he powerful, but he also has a high position. As for me, I'm just a nobody. Following me is definitely not as good as following the commander of the Kirin army. But I can tell you that as long as you choose to follow me, I will make you undergo earth-shattering changes. And one day, your strength will even surpass that of the commander of the Kirin army. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. The Spirit Serpent Emperor looked at him with a hint of mockery in its eyes. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and lost his patience. He said to the double-winged snow eagle, Just cripple its cultivation. Hee. The double-winged snow eagle immediately looked at the Spirit Serpent Emperor with bad intentions. Berserk beasts also had Qi-Si. Therefore, as long as the Spirit Serpent Emperor's Qi-Si was crippled, Qin Feiyang could use the slave seal to easily control it. Of course. Even if he didn't cripple the Spirit Serpent Emperor's cultivation, he could still forcibly control it. After all, he was now a 9-star battle sect. However, there was a certain risk in controlling a creature of the same level, so it was best to completely eliminate the risk. After the double-winged snow eagle crippled the Spirit Serpent Emperor's cultivation, Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A slave seal quickly swept into the Spirit Serpent Emperor's head. In just a short while, the slave seal and the Spirit Serpent Emperor's soul merged together. The Spirit Serpent Emperor immediately felt that there was an additional shackle on its soul. "What did you do to me?" It stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. Qin Feiyang ignored it and said to Fatso, "Give it the Spirit Sea pill." "Okay." Fatso ran to the front of the Spirit Serpent Emperor and laughed, "Boss has already controlled your soul. If you dare to betray Boss, no matter where you run to, Boss can directly erase your soul with just a thought." "What?" The Spirit Serpent Emperor's expression changed. "Take it." Fatso took out a Spirit Sea pill and threw it over. The Spirit Serpent Emperor swallowed it in one gulp and looked at Qin Feiyang with fear. At the same time, the double-winged snow eagle also retracted its battle chi. The Spirit Serpent Emperor landed on the ground and sized up the ancient castle. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto Wolf King, its heart filled with bewilderment. At this moment, Mu Qing, who was at the side, frowned. After the double-winged snow eagle caused such a ruckus, the governor's mansion is now on full alert. How are we going to kidnap that young lady? Qin Feiyang remained silent. Fatso suddenly said, "Why do I think that young lady isn't very afraid?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. "Didn't you hear? Just now, someone said that they would send someone to protect her, but she refused. This means that she's not worried at all. Could it be that she's very strong?" After Fatso finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at the Spirit Serpent Emperor. Qin Feiyang and the others also turned their heads to look at the Spirit Serpent Emperor. The Spirit Serpent Emperor shrunk its neck and said, "Miss is only a war emperor." "What? A mere war emperor dares to be so conceited? It can't be that she didn't sense Old Eagle's aura before, right?" Wolf King was shocked. "Is that possible?" Everyone in the governor's mansion was shocked by this emperor's aura, let alone her. The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes. "Then why is that?" Wolf King was suspicious and puzzled. The Spirit Serpent Emperor said, "She might be having a secret rendezvous with that man again." "Rendezvous?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. "Who is it?" Fatso asked curiously. "It's a man called Wn Chio. He goes to look for Miss every now and then. I've seen him a few times." The Spirit Serpent Emperor said. "Wn Chio?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. "What's going on? He actually got together with the daughter of the Kirin army's commander? This guy is quite capable." Qin Feiyang asked, "Does the commander know about this?" "Yes. But the commander doesn't allow them to be together. Because the commander investigated Wn Chio and found out that he doesn't have a good character." The Spirit Serpent Emperor said. Qin Feiyang said, "So they have been having secret rendezvous behind the commander's back?" "Yes. In the past, Miss lived in the backyard with many maids. But because of this, she fell out with the commander and moved to the back of the mountain alone. Everyone thought that Miss was just angry with the commander, but in fact, she wanted to find a quiet place to meet Wn Chio." The Spirit Serpent Emperor said. Qin Feiyang said, "In other words, everyone in the governor's mansion doesn't know about this yet?" "Yes, only I know. Several times, I lay next to them and watched them have secret rendezvous." There was a hint of vulgarity in the Spirit Serpent Emperor's tone. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned, and their faces twitched. They couldn't tell that this guy was a peeping Tom. However, it was quite capable. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. Fatso asked, "Then why didn't you tell the commander about this?" "I don't want to be a busybody," the Spirit Serpent Emperor said indifferently. "Wn Chio, I really don't know why that woman would fall for Wn Chio." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He knew Wn Chio too well. Not only was his character bad, but he was also a shameless villain. Mu Qing smiled and said, "Actually, this is good news. Yes. We don't need to take any more risks. As long as we catch Wn Chiu, this lady will naturally come to us. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso said, there are people guarding outside now, how are we going to leave the commander's mansion? Don't worry. When they can't find us in the mansion, they will naturally leave. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That, at this moment. The Spirit Serpent Emperor sized up Wolf King, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked carefully, are you Qin Feiyang? You can't recognize me? Everyone was stunned, then looked at Wolf King in unison. This guy was indeed the best way to identify Qin Feiyang's identity. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's true. The Spirit Serpent Emperor was stunned and said in disbelief, you actually dare to come back? Qin Feiyang said, in my dictionary, there is no such word as dare. Then are you back this time to take revenge? The Spirit Serpent Emperor asked. Do you think I can do it with my strength? Qin Feiyang asked. Definitely not. The Spirit Serpent Emperor shook its head. That's right. Chapter 903. About 1 hour later. The people in the governor's residence searched every corner, but they couldn't find Qin Feiyang. Hence, they expanded their search to the entire inner city. The 5 middle-aged men guarding the lake also secretly went to the back mountain to protect the daughter of the Kirin army's commander under the orders of the red-haired old man. Qin Feiyang wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He left the ancient castle alone, opened the teleportation door, and left the governor's residence silently. Divine Palace. On a small path, a skinny white-clothed young man suddenly appeared in the void. It was Qin Feiyang. Compared to the governor's residence, the Divine Palace was easier to sneak into. First, Qin Feiyang knew the coordinates of every place in the Divine Palace. It was very convenient for him to come and go. Second, there were too many disciples in the Divine Palace. Even if someone saw him, they wouldn't suspect his identity. Beside the small path, there was a small forest. Qin Feiyang looked around and entered the small forest. When he came out, he had changed into a brand new set of white robes. There was a small sword symbol on his chest. As a former disciple of the Divine Palace, he definitely had the uniform of the Divine Palace. After disguising himself, he went to the plaza in front of the martial arts hall. The Divine Palace was different from the main pagoda. In the main pagoda, no one was guarding the 10 pill pagodas or the martial artist mountain. But here, there was a deacon elder guarding. It was a black-clothed old man. Qin Feiyang felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember his name. He could only vaguely remember that he had seen him once or twice. The black-clothed old man sat in a room beside the door. The window was transparent. Qin Feiyang walked to the window and said respectfully, Elder, I want to go in and find a friend. Although the Pill Hall and the Martial Arts Hall were both part of the Divine Palace, the color of their robes were different. The Pill Hall was white. The Martial Arts Hall was black. It was easy to differentiate. Qin Feiyang was wearing the Pill Hall's robes now. So, he had to inform the deacon elder before entering the Martial Arts Hall. The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Who are you looking for? Tan Wu. Qin Feiyang said casually. The old man in black waved his hand and said, Go in by yourself. Don't stay for too long. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and cupped his hands to express his gratitude before entering the martial arts hall. At this moment, it was already dawn. Most of the martial arts hall's disciples were meditating, so it was hard to see anyone in the corridor. Wn Chiu, Qin Feiyang pondered as he walked. He knew Wn Chiu's original cultivation room. But after all these years, with Wn Chiu's current reputation and means, he must have changed to a better cultivation room. He walked and walked. The stone door of a training room in front of him suddenly opened, and a skinny black-clothed youth walked out. Qin Feiyang hurriedly ran up to him, cupped his hands and smiled, Senior Martial Brother, may I ask where Senior Martial Brother Wn Chiu's cultivation room is? The black-clothed youth was stunned and asked, Why are you looking for him? It's a personal matter. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then what's your relationship with him? The black-clothed youth asked again. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Nothing at all. Then you have to be careful, He's a difficult person to get along with. The black-clothed youth whispered. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior martial brother. He's on the top floor. Cultivation Room 101. The people on the top floor are all important people. Be quiet when you go up, don't disturb them. The black-clothed youth kindly reminded him again. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands to express his gratitude and went deeper. The top floor, putting aside Wen Chou's character, his ability was indeed outstanding. The martial arts hall had a total of 100 floors. The top floor was basically filled with martial Marquis disciples, and ordinary people could not go up. But how many years had it been? Wen Chou, this fellow, actually climbed up. And he even snatched Cultivation Room 101. Although Alchemy Cultivation Room 101 was ranked after the top 100, there were tens of thousands of cultivation rooms on every floor of the martial arts hall. Therefore, it was already very scary that he could occupy this cultivation room. It could be seen that Wen Chou's growth over the years could not be ignored. In a short while, he walked to the top floor and scanned the stone doors around him. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a stone door opposite him, and the words 101 were engraved on it. After all these years, I want to see how strong you have become. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, strode to the stone door, and knocked on it. Very soon, the stone door opened slowly. A red-haired youth entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. This person was tall and straight, and his eyebrows were like swords. He was dressed in a black robe, and his serious face was especially cold. Who else could it be but Wen Chou? Qin Feiyang sized up Wen Chou, and there was a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. This guy had already stepped into the 8-star battle master. Wasn't it too fast? One had to know. Wen Chou did not open the door of potential. Who are you? At the same time, Wen Chou was also sizing up Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang said calmly, my name is Li Feng, and I'm here to talk to you about something. Li Feng? Wen Chou frowned and said, I don't know you. I'm not free. After saying that, he was about to close the stone door. Qin Feiyang said meaningfully, I'm here to talk to you about the Kirin army commander. Are you sure you're not free? Wen Chou's pupils shrank, and then he retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang walked into the cultivation room. Wen Chou immediately closed the stone door. Come in and sit. Following that, he led Qin Feiyang to the lounge. But when he reached the door of the lounge, he suddenly turned around and stretched out his arm like an eagle's claw, grabbing Qin Feiyang's neck. However, this sudden turn of events did not cause Qin Feiyang to panic. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous signal passed through him. Wen Chou said in a deep voice, Tell me, what do you know? I know a lot. For example, you guys secretly met somewhere behind the Kirin army commander's back. If I'm not wrong, you just came back from that place not long ago. Qin Feiyang laughed. How do you know? Wen Chou's eyes trembled as he shouted. The hand that grabbed Qin Feiyang also increased in strength, and the look in his eyes was rather sinister. Because I was also at the commander's residence at that time. Qin Feiyang grinned, raised his arm, grabbed Wen Chou's fingers, and slowly pried them open one by one. What? This strength is so strong. Wen Chou's expression changed, and he said in shock and anger, Who exactly are you? After prying Wen Chou's hand open, Qin Feiyang grabbed Wen Chou's wrist and grinned, I'm your old friend. Don't play tricks. Wen Chou shouted angrily. But before his voice faded, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and in the next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is, Wen Chou looked around in surprise. This was of course the castle, but Wen Chou had never been here before, so he did not know. However, Wolf King, Black Dragon Snake, Pangolin, Lu Hong, Fatso, he recognized them. Looking at those familiar figures, he felt like he was struck by lightning, and his body and mind trembled. How could it be them? In that case, he suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang, and his eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Qin Feiyang said playfully, Are you surprised? When did you come back? Wen Chou was shocked and angry. In the morning. Qin Feiyang said. Wan Cho panicked. Suddenly, he noticed Spirit Snake Emperor, and his pupils constricted. So it was you who kidnapped Spirit Snake Emperor in the commander's residence, Qin Feiyang said. This was just an accident. I entered the commander's residence to kidnap your little girlfriend. You dare. Wan Cho's expression changed, and he shouted angrily. It seems that you care about her. But I believe that you only care about her identity and status. Qin Feiyang said. Wan Cho suddenly looked as if his tail had been stepped on, and his face was full of gloominess. It seems that I'm right. You want to use her family background to achieve your ambition. Don't misunderstand, I'm not mocking you. On the contrary, I admire you. When you first entered the temple, you curried favor with Lin Dian and the other marquis's sons, and later on, you curried favor with the princes. And how long has it been, and you actually got together with the daughter of the commander of the Kirin army? I really have to admit that I did underestimate you in the past. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Wan Cho's face darkened, and said, Then why are you looking for me now? What do you think? Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. Wolf King, Fatso, and the others also looked at him with evil intentions. Wan Cho's face could not help but turn pale. At this time, Mu Qing raised her eyebrows, and said, Don't waste time, hurry up and act. Act. Wan Cho looked at them in surprise. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wan Cho, then looked at Fatso and Wolf King, and said, Watch him. The man and the beast nodded. Qin Feiyang left the castle with Mu Qing, and immediately opened the portal and walked in. Black Dragon Pool. The two appeared out of thin air, but there was no trace of Yiglao. Qin Feiyang said, This plan, we still need Yiglao's help. What do you want to do? Mu Qing asked. It's definitely impossible to get the commander of the Kirin army to sincerely help us. The only way is to control his life. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Mu Qing suddenly understood, took out the image crystal, and was about to send a message to Yiglao. How's the investigation going? But at this time, Yiglao rushed out of the jungle below the mountain stream, landed in front of the two, and asked. Not good. Mu Qing said in a low voice. Yiglao's eyes darkened slightly, and said, I just heard you say that you want to ask the commander of the Kirin army for help. Yes. Because only he can freely enter the prison of God. Qin Feiyang nodded, and then took Wan Cho out of the castle. Have you found out whether Lu Xingchen is in the prison of God? Yiglao asked. There's no need to find out, the commander of the Kirin army must know. Qin Feiyang looked at Wan Cho and said with a faint smile, Call your little girlfriend here. Lu Xingchen, prison of God, the commander of the Kirin army. Wan Cho was not stupid. Hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang and the other two, he could roughly guess. Chapter 904. Do you want to die? Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, If you don't do as I say, you will die right now. Wan Cho's eyes trembled. If it were someone else, he might have looked down on them. But he knew Qin Feiyang too well. A man who dared to challenge the emperor and kill the crown prince and prince, would he care about a nobody like him? Definitely not. Hurry up. Mu Qing urged impatiently. Your target is the commander of the Kirin army. You don't have to call her out. Because I have a way to lure the commander of the Kirin army here. Wan Cho's body trembled as he said hurriedly. Qin Feiyang looked surprised and nodded. As long as you can lure her here, it doesn't matter what you do. Wan Cho said again, You have to promise not to kill me or hurt her. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with us now? Don't test my patience. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Wan Cho shuddered and quickly took out an image crystal. Qin Feiyang and the other two quickly retreated to the side to avoid being seen by the commander of the Kirin army. After a while, a middle-aged man appeared in the void. He was thin but tall. He wore a purple armor and had white hair at his temples. He exuded a powerful aura. And on his armor, there was an eye-catching Kirin pattern. He is the commander of the Kirin army? Mu Qing asked secretly. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's you. At the same time, seeing that the messenger was Wan Cho, The commander of the Kirin army's face turned cold. What do you want from me? Wan Chou said, I want to talk to you. About my daughter? I made it very clear to you last time. You're not worthy of my daughter, so it's better for you to get rid of this thought as soon as possible. The commander of the Kirin army said expressionlessly, but his eyes were full of disdain. It's not up to you to decide whether he's worthy or not. It's up to your daughter. All these years, I have always loved your daughter and have never done anything inappropriate to her. But if you don't come out today, I can guarantee you that you will definitely have a grandson next year on this day. Wan Chou said. Grandchild? Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. This fellow was very daring. He actually dared to threaten the commander of the Qilin army. The meaning of his words was obvious. If they pissed him off, he would first have sex with the daughter of the Kirin army's commander. When he had a grandson, the commander of the Kirin army would have no choice but to agree. Without a doubt. Hearing Wan Chou's words, the commander of the Kirin army was furious. There was even a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The hands hidden in his sleeves were already clenched. He said, Where are you? I'll be right there. Wan Chou immediately gave the coordinates to the commander of the Kirin army, and then the two of them turned off the image crystal at the same time. This time I'm really in trouble because of you. Putting away the image crystal, Wan Chou turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two. He caught the killing intent in the eyes of the commander of the Kirin army. He was sure that when the commander of the Kirin army came, he would definitely kill him. Of course you have to pay the price for flirting with someone else's daughter. But I'm more puzzled. Didn't he dislike you? Why did he establish a contract with you? Qin Feiyang asked. He did it to make it easier for him to monitor me. Wan Chou sneered. At the same time, he glanced at the three of them intentionally or unintentionally, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Swish. Soon. The void in front of the four suddenly shook. Then, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the commander of the Kirin army. And the killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. That's right. He came here to kill Wan Chou to prevent future trouble. Although Wan Chou was a disciple of the Divine Hall and had made a name for himself, in the eyes of the commander of the Kirin army, he was nothing. Even if people knew that he killed Wan Chou, no one would dare to say anything. However, when he appeared and saw that there were other people present, he raised his eyebrows slightly. At the same time, seeing the commander of the Kirin army appear, Wan Chou immediately ran behind the commander of the Kirin army as if he was running for his life. In response, Yiglao was wearing a mask, so his expression could not be seen. But Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing pursed their lips with a hint of playfulness. What's going on? When the commander of the Kirin army saw Wan Chou's behavior, he also realized that something was wrong. Wan Chou pointed at Qin Feiyang and said, He is Qin Feiyang. What? The commander of the Kirin army's expression changed, and he looked at Qin Feiyang with surprise and suspicion. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at Wan Chou and said jokingly, Do you think that you will be saved because he is here? Yes. That's what I think. I also admit that you are very strong now, but can you be stronger than the commander? Wan Chou sneered. He had been waiting for this moment. On the one hand, he could get rid of Qin Feiyang, this disaster. On the other hand, he had made a great contribution by capturing Qin Feiyang. Maybe the commander of the Kirin army would change his view of him. So in his view, Qin Feiyang's appearance gave him a chance to turn things around. He heard that. Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing looked at each other, and the smile on their faces became brighter. Still laughing? You really don't know what you are talking about. Wan Chou looked at the two contemptuously, then looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said, Sir, he came back this time to save Lu Xingchen, and he also said that he wanted to control your life. Save Lu Xingchen? The commander of the Kirin army frowned. That was strange. Even if Qin Feiyang wanted to save someone, he should save his mother. Why would he save Lu Xingchen? He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Are you really Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang nodded. You were fine in the Forgotten Continent. Why did you come back to die? The commander of the Kirin army asked with a complicated expression. In fact, He sympathized with Qin Feiyang. Thinking back, the emperor loved this child so much, and even trained him as his successor. Who would have thought that in the end, he would fall to this point? But sympathy was sympathy. He was a subject of the great Qin Empire, and also a general under the emperor. The emperor's will was his belief. Die. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and shook his head. He is not dead, how can I be willing to die? This he was referring to the current emperor. You are treacherous. The commander of the Kirin army shouted with a cold gaze. Don't make it sound so righteous. Remember, it was not me who didn't recognize him, it was him who didn't recognize me as his son. Qin Feiyang said. There is no point in saying more. Since this commander is here, don't even think about escaping today. Do you want to come with me to see His Majesty, or do you want me to do it? The commander of the Kirin army said coldly. Qin Feiyang said, I don't want to see him now. That is not up to you. The commander of the Kirin army's face turned cold, and a terrifying emperor's aura broke out of his body, instantly enveloping Qin Feiyang and the other two. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to fall into my hands so quickly. Wen Qiu laughed, no longer hiding behind the commander of the Kirin army, and swaggered towards Qin Feiyang. When he walked in front of Qin Feiyang, he raised his hand and slapped him. He thought that Qin Feiyang was imprisoned by the emperor's aura, unable to move, and was a little complacent. Of course. Qin Feiyang was indeed imprisoned. But, before the slap landed, Yiglao, who had been silent the whole time, moved his index finger without leaving a trace, and the emperor's aura instantly disappeared. Then, Qin Feiyang raised his arm and easily grabbed Wen Qiu's wrist. How is this possible? Wen Qiu's eyes widened. No wonder the commander doesn't like you. A clown like you, even if you are given endless resources, it will be difficult for you to become a great person. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his eyes full of contempt. Wen Qiu's face turned pale. At the same time, the commander of the Kirin army looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. He could see through Qin Feiyang's cultivation at a glance. 9-star war sect. To be able to break through to the 9-star war sect in just a few years, his talent could be said to be the #1 person in the world. But now, it had nothing to do with talent. Even if it was a 9-star war saint, his emperor's aura could easily imprison him, but why couldn't it imprison Qin Feiyang? Could it be that there was a war emperor hidden here whose cultivation was even stronger than his? With that thought, he hurriedly looked at Mu Qing and Yiglao seriously. Mu Qing was fine. His cultivation was even weaker than Qin Feiyang's. But when he looked at Yiglao, he was shocked to find that he couldn't see through Yiglao's cultivation. There was no aura on his body, just like an ordinary person. At that moment, the commander of the Kirin army realized that something was wrong and immediately retreated, his face solemn. Sir, save me. Seeing this, Wen Qiu was anxious. Even the commander of the war emperor was so panicked. One could imagine how strong the old man was. He can't even protect himself, how can he save you? Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile, looked at Yiglao and said, please help me cripple the cultivation of the Kirin army commander. Cripple his cultivation? The commander of the Kirin army's face turned pale. Wen Qiu's eyes widened in anger, seriously wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Yiglao didn't make a move, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, will crippling his cultivation help our plan? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Good. Old Yi didn't hesitate any longer. His aged hand shot out explosively, and a formless pressure instantly pounced towards the commander of the Qilin army with the force of an avalanche. This pressure, the commander of the Kirin army trembled both physically and mentally. He often interacted with the Imperial Preceptor, so he was quite familiar with the Imperial Preceptor's aura and pressure. At this moment, the old man's pressure was comparable to the Imperial Preceptor's. In other words, this old man was a false god. How was it possible that Qin Feiyang had a false god with him? He looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and made a prompt decision to take out a portal. However, before the teleportation portal could be opened, Old Yi's aura surged and trapped him in the void. Then, Yiglao pointed his index finger in the air, and a divine light burst out from his fingertip, illuminating the sky and earth. Whoosh! Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, a divine light pierced through the sky and instantly pierced through the energy reserve of the commander of the Kirin army. That heart-wrenching pain made the commander of the Kirin army let out a painful howl. "Commander, you," WN Cho saw this scene and was scared out of his wits. Crippling the commander of the Kirin army with a wave of his hand, wasn't this strength too terrifying? The commander of the Kirin army glanced at WN Cho with disgust, then stared at Yiglao and said, "As a false god, your status in the Forgotten Continent must be high. Why are you helping Qin Feiyang?" False god. WN Cho's body shook violently. It was a false god. No wonder Qin Feiyang dared to come back, he had found such a powerful backer. He also finally understood why Qin Feiyang had been smiling. Because he was confident. Not to mention the commander of the Kirin army, even if the imperial preceptor and the emperor came in person, they probably wouldn't be able to stop Qin Feiyang. Now that he thought about his previous actions and thoughts, even he felt that he was an ignorant and foolish clown. He was desperate. Right now, even Qin Feiyang could easily kill him, not to mention that there was also a false god. Facing the commander of the Kirin army's questioning, Yiglao was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, "I helped him because we have the same goal." "What is your goal?" "I don't believe that you only want to save Lu Xingchen," the commander of the Kirin army said. Although Lu Xingchen was talented, he was only a disciple of the temple. Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Even a false god was here. Therefore, he suspected that Qin Feiyang had other motives for bringing people back. But Yiglao didn't answer him, and fell silent again. Qin Feiyang also let go of WN Cho's wrist, and his hands began to form seals. A slave seal quickly formed, then turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the head of the commander of the Kirin army. The slave seal tore open the sea of consciousness, and rushed toward the soul of the commander. He felt that his head was about to explode, and the pain was unbearable, and his face was distorted. However, this pain quickly disappeared. But the commander of the Kirin army didn't feel relieved, and his face was gloomy. This was because he could clearly sense that his spiritual sea was different from before. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different about it. "What did you do to me?" Chapter 905. This is an enslavement seal that can control your soul. From now on, you must obey my orders unconditionally. Otherwise, I can kill you with just a thought. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to say more and only explained a little. But even just a few words were enough to make the commander of the Kirin army despair. Mu Qing and Yiglao's pupils also shrank slightly, looking quite wary. Qin Feiyang then looked at WN Cho. WN Cho's body and mind trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." "Joking?" Qin Feiyang's lips curled slightly. "Yes. I was really joking. You are so powerful and talented. How would I dare to go against you?" WN Cho nodded, his face full of flattery. He was like a mangy dog, wagging its tail in front of its master. "Do you know how disappointed I am with your current performance? After all, you were once my #1 enemy. While I wanted to kill you, I also respected you. But I didn't expect you to be such a coward." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed deeply. These words came from the bottom of his heart, without the slightest pretense. Thinking back to the 9 underworlds, WN Cho was such a powerful person. But since entering the Divine Palace, he had changed. Fawning over the powerful, cowardly, and incompetent. He had no backbone or pride at all. The current WN Cho was no longer worthy of being his enemy. And hearing Qin Feiyang's words, WN Cho fell silent, with a sadness that could not be dissolved in his heart. Backbone, pride, dignity, who didn't want these things? But the world was like this. In the face of great power and influence, these so-called pride and pride were like dead wood, unable to withstand a single blow. If he wanted to live, he had to abandon these. Even if he was unwilling. In the end, WN Cho closed his eyes and murmured, "Kill me, I only ask that you give me a quick death." Qin Feiyang raised his arm. Battle chi surged from his fingertips and a destructive wave spread out. "Wait." Mu Qing suddenly reached out to stop Qin Feiyang. She looked at Wen Qiu and said with a smile, I think we can keep him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Think about it. If it were someone else, would he be able to make the daughter of the Kirin army fall in love with him? Mu Qing asked. Qin Feiyang froze for a moment, then shook his head. That's right. He still has his redeeming qualities. Mu Qing said. In your opinion, this is his redeeming qualities. But in my opinion, he is just trying to cling to the powerful, which is a sign of incompetence. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Battle qi gushed out from his fingertips and swept toward Wen Qiu's eyebrows like lightning. Seeing this, Mu Qing raised her eyebrows and looked a little pale. Then she secretly winked at Yiglao. Yiglao immediately raised his old arm and waved it gently. The battle qi that was about to enter Wen Qiu's eyebrows disintegrated in an instant. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned his head and looked at the two of them. His eyes were quite sharp. But the two of them ignored him. Mu Qing looked at Wen Qiu and said lightly, You can go, but remember what you should say and what you shouldn't say. Wen Qiu opened his eyes and stared at Mu Qing in disbelief. If you don't go, I'll regret it. Mu Qing frowned. Thank you. Wen Qiu bowed and thanked her. Then he glanced at Qin Feiyang, who looked as gloomy as still water. Then he quickly opened a portal and ran in without looking back. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wen Qiu's back and looked at Mu Qing gloomily. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Don't worry, he definitely won't leak our information. Mu Qing said confidently. That'd better be the case. Otherwise, not only him, but also you won't have it easy. Qin Feiyang said word by word. His eyes were full of coldness. Watch your words. Yiglao said in a slightly unfriendly tone. Don't act like an old man in front of me. If you piss me off, I'll still destroy your Mu family. Qin Feiyang looked at old Yi and didn't avoid his gaze. The corner of his mouth also curved into a cold smile. Destroy my Mu family? Ha ha. Young man, this old man will give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Yiglao smiled faintly, but his eyes were full of coldness. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Old man, this junior will also give you a piece of advice. When you're old, don't go out and walk around. The road outside is not easy. If you're not careful, you might fall. Qin Feiyang said meaningfully. Then he didn't look at Yiglao again. He took out a spirit sea pill and threw it to the commander of the Kirin army. The commander of the Kirin army caught the spirit sea pill and looked at the three of them meaningfully. Then he put the spirit sea pill into his mouth. As the commander of the Kirin army, he was not stupid. From this conversation, he had already seen that the relationship between Qin Feiyang and the other two was not good. It seemed that the reason why this fake god helped Qin Feiyang was because the two of them had the same goal. But what was the purpose of these three people? Qin Feiyang frowned. He looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said, Don't think about what you shouldn't think. What? The commander of the Kirin army was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, After being controlled by the slave seal, no matter what you're thinking, I know it. What? The commander of the Kirin army was shocked. Isn't this the same as taking off his clothes and standing in front of Qin Feiyang without any secrets? Hurry up and heal your wounds. We still have to go to the prison. Qin Feiyang said with a cold look in his eyes. Then, he instantly disappeared without a trace. The three of them knew that he must have gone to the castle. Yiglao looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said, Qing why are you helping Wen Qiu? It's not me who wants to help him. It's Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen saved Wen Qiu's life in the 9 underworlds. Mu Qing said secretly. Old Yi nodded his head in realization and didn't say anything else. Inside the castle, the Spirit Serpent Emperor's Sea of Qi had been repaired. Now, the double-winged snow eagle was helping it open the door of potential. The Spirit Serpent Emperor was also very excited. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Spirit Serpent Emperor and then looked at Fatso. He asked, What do you think about this? Lu Xingchen helped Wen Qiu before. Now that Mu Qing is helping him, there must be some secret. Fatso thought for a while and said, I think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded. Also, how did WN Cho's cultivation improve so quickly? When you captured the commander of the Kirin army, Fat Lord had been thinking about this. In the end, he came to two unreasonable conclusions. Fatso said. What conclusions? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Fatso expectantly. First, they might have obtained some great fortune. Second, they have also opened the door of potential. Fatso said. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said, these two possibilities are not possible. First, everyone could not have obtained a great fortune at the same time. Second, no one knew better than him how difficult it was to open the door of potential. Without the help of pills, it was almost impossible. But in the great Qin Empire, no one other than him knew how to refine these pills. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Fatso smiled bitterly. That's why Fat Lord said that these two conclusions are unreasonable. But immediately after, Fatso's expression turned solemn. However, if it was Mu Tianyang, then the second possibility is completely valid. Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. After being reminded by Fatso, he immediately remembered that Mu Tianyang was still alive. And he was hiding in the great Qin Empire. We can't ignore this problem. Qin Feiyang muttered and looked at Fatso. Sneak into the temple immediately and ask Tan Wu and the others. I don't think you can get anything out of them. Because if it was really Mu Tianyang, then these people must have become his subordinates. After all, no one is willing to nurture someone who is not loyal to them. And if this hypothesis is true, then Mu Tianyang must be planning a big conspiracy. Fatso said in a deep voice. One had to know that Tan Wu and the others were all geniuses of the 9 prefectures. Even in the imperial capital, they were one of the best. Moreover, their battle souls also had their own characteristics. It could be said that as long as the door of potential was opened, they could become an overlord in the future. If it's really as you said, then his plan must be to destroy the great Qin Empire and rebuild the former Tianyang Empire. However, this is already within my expectations. Qin Feiyang said. I really hope he can fight with the current emperor soon. Fatso chuckled. What thoughts? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. This was a typical case of wanting to see the world in chaos. Isn't Fat Lord's thoughts also your thoughts? Don't think that Fat Lord can't tell. Although you didn't say it on the surface, you actually have a lot of thoughts in your heart. Fatso glanced at Qin Feiyang in disdain, then sighed and said, let's not talk nonsense. Whether there is a gain or not, we have to go to the Divine Palace this time. Where shall we meet later? Here. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Phantom Snake Emperor, then left the ancient castle with Fatso. Fatso immediately opened a portal and walked in. Seeing this, Mu Qing asked suspiciously, where is he going? But Qin Feiyang just glanced at him indifferently, then looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said, during the years I was away, did any potential pills appear in the imperial capital? No. The commander of the Kirin army shook his head. Then are Lu Xingchen, Ren Wushuang, Dong Xingyang, Shen Mai, my father, and my mother all in the divine prison? Qin Feiyang said. They are all here. The commander of the Kirin army nodded. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. His eyebrows were filled with hostility as he asked, you're the emperor's trusted aide. Do you know why he crippled my cultivation and banished me from the imperial capital back then? Hearing this question, Mu Qing and Yiglao also looked at the commander of the Kirin army. Because this was also what confused them. I don't know. I guess no one knows about this except His Majesty and the state preceptor. The commander of the Kirin army said. Humph. No matter how deep they hide, I will dig out the truth step by step. Chapter 906. Time flew by. Half an hour passed. The Kirin army commander's Sea of Qi had finally recovered. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, what do you want me to do now? Qin Feiyang looked up at the night sky. There was still some time before dawn. He said, go to the penitentiary immediately. No. However, Mu Qing stopped Qin Feiyang. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yiglao's divine power hasn't recovered yet. What if we are discovered by the Emperor and the Imperial Advisor when we sneak into the penitentiary? Mu Qing said. Then what do you mean? Qin Feiyang asked. Let's wait for Yiglao to recover his divine power first. Even if we are discovered, we can immediately open the space-time gate and take us back to the Forgotten Continent. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. In the end, for safety reasons, he accepted this suggestion. Go back first and wait for my news. Remember, if you want to live, don't play tricks. Qin Feiyang looked at the Kirin army commander and said. The Kirin army commander nodded sadly. After establishing a contract with Qin Feiyang, he would open the space-time gate. Also, now that you are my subordinate, there are some things that I need to tell you. Wan Qiu and your daughter are still meeting secretly. You are not the only one who doesn't like this person. I don't like him either. If there is a chance, kill him. Qin Feiyang said. His eyes flashed coldly. The Kirin army commander's body stiffened. He walked into the space-time gate without looking back. When the space-time gate disappeared, Mu Qing frowned and said, You can't touch Wan Qiu. You think I can't touch him just because you say so? Who do you think I am? Your subordinate. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. He left the two behind and entered the castle. Mu Qing was quite angry. Yiglao glanced at the void where Qin Feiyang disappeared and sighed. This Qin Feiyang is not someone you can control. I know. Not just me, I'm afraid no one in this world can control him. But because of this, I hate him even more and want to kill him even more. Mu Qing thought to himself, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yiglao's eyes flickered. He'll die when our plan succeeds. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. Over the past 3 days, the Phantom Serpent Empress potential had been completely unlocked, and its talent had soared. Qin Feiyang also managed to open the 6th floor with the help of the double-winged snow eagle. However, Fatso, who had sneaked into the temple, did not return, nor did he send any message. That morning, Qin Feiyang woke up from his closed-door training. His brows were tightly knitted. Soon. Lu Hong also opened her eyes and said worriedly, It's been 3 days and Fatso still hasn't returned. Could something have happened? I don't think so. After all, Yiglao is here now. If something really happened, he would send a message to us for help. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. Then he got up and left the castle. He stood above the mountain range and looked down. Soon. He found Mu Qing on a mountain peak not far away. Both of them were sitting cross-legged on the ground, resting with their eyes closed. Whoosh. He took a step forward and landed beside the two of them. He asked, Are you done? Almost. Yiglao opened his eyes and said. Mu Qing also opened her eyes. She got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. This time, Yiglao must go to the castle. Impossible. Qin Feiyang said flatly. Why are you so stubborn? If Yiglao doesn't go to the castle, who will help us if something happens to us in the divine prison? Mu Qing said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, He is a fake god. He must have other ways. But don't forget that the national preceptor is also a fake god. Mu Qing shouted. No way. Qin Feiyang shook his head. There was no room for negotiation. What a joke. All his important things and important people were in the castle. If he let Yiglao enter the castle, wouldn't it be tantamount to letting a wolf into the house? Mu Qing was unable to restrain her anger and was about to curse out loud. But at this moment, Yiglao reached out to stop Mu Qing and said with a faint smile, Qing, don't force me. But Mu Qing's face was full of worry. It's okay. I can also hide my cultivation and enter the divine prison with the commander of the Kirin army. Yiglao waved his hand and said with a smile. That's the only way. Mu Qing sighed helplessly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said coldly, You'd better not go too far. Too far. Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. The castle was his. It was his freedom and his right to decide whether or not he wanted to enter the castle. How could this be considered overboard? He was too lazy to care about it. He took out the image crystal and sent a message to the commander of the Kirin army. In less than 10 breaths, The commander of the Kirin army came, looking more haggard than before. It seemed that he had suffered a lot in the past 3 days. Qin Feiyang said, "We are going to disguise ourselves as your subordinates and sneak into the divine prison. What do you think?" The commander of the Kirin army glanced at the 3 people and pointed to Yiglao. If he hides his cultivation and is not seen by the national preceptor, it should not be a big problem. But the 2 of you. Both of you are only war masters. My Kirin army is not so weak. The commander of the Kirin army looked at Qin Feiyang awkwardly and said, "If someone asks, you can just say that we entered the Qilin army because of your relationship. Wouldn't that be enough?" Mu Qing frowned. "No. Everyone in the Kirin army must be a war saint. This is the rule set by His Majesty." After the commander of the Kirin army finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "If you have to disguise yourself as the Kirin army, you can barely do it. When someone asks, you can say that you have reached the peak of the 9 stars War Master and can break through at any time." Qin Feiyang nodded. The commander of the Kirin army looked at Mu Qing and shook his head. "As for you, there is definitely no discussion. What kind of stupid rule is this?" Mu Qing was incomparably annoyed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and directly sent Mu Qing to the ancient castle. He was not worried about Mu Qing going to the ancient castle, because Mu Qing's strength was not as good as the double-winged snow eagle and wolf king. If he dared to act recklessly, he would definitely die miserably. At the same time, the commander of the Kirin army took out 2 sets of flame armor from his Chenkuan bag. Qin Feiyang and Yiglao quickly changed. Old Yi also changed his appearance slightly and became younger than before. He also controlled his cultivation level to be a 1-star battle saint. After disguising, the 3 of them were ready to set off. But at this moment, Fatso came back with a relaxed expression and a ruddy face. "Wow. Boss, you are dressed well. It's so cool that no one has a friend." Seeing the flame armor on Qin Feiyang, Fatso's eyes lit up and ran over with a cheeky smile. "Don't joke with me. Where have you been for the past 3 days?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Of course I went to have fun." Fatso chuckled. Qin Feiyang's face instantly darkened. Ahem. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fatso quickly coughed and transmitted his voice. "I went to find Tan Wu and the others, but no one was willing to tell me. But they were quite happy to know that you are still alive." Then, Fatso added, "As for Feng Wuxie and the twin sisters, I did not go to them. After all, they have some grudges with us. If they know that you are back, they will definitely stir up trouble." Qin Feiyang could not help but reveal a look of disappointment. "Don't be so quick to be disappointed. Although I did not pry open their mouths, I heard a very important piece of news from Sun Dahai." Fatso thought to himself. What news? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and asked. Of course he still remembered Sun Dahai, who was the steward of the treasure pavilion. He told me that not long after we left, a mysterious masked man also went to purchase the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill. Fatso said. What? Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted as he thought to himself, in that case, Mu Tianyang has already entered the capital. Definitely. Because only Mu Tianyang has the pill formula for the potential pill. And Sun Dahai also showed me the list left behind by that person when he purchased the medicinal ingredients. I found that there were even medicinal ingredients for the small creation pill and the 9-turn dragon blood pill. Fatso said. How many times has he appeared? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Not many. He only appears once a year. Fatso said. Could it be that the transformation of Tan Wu and the others is really related to Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, he realized a very serious problem and hurriedly said to himself, Sun Dahai also knows that I'm back? Don't worry, he won't talk nonsense. Because he said that the grudge between you and the Emperor is your family's matter. As a businessman, he can't meddle in it. Fatso laughed. That's good. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief, and then looked at Fatso suspiciously, and said to himself, it won't take 3 days to find out this information, right? Fat Lord went to purchase medicinal ingredients. The medicinal ingredients of the treasure pavilion in the major cities, including the treasure pavilion in the major cities outside the imperial city, have all been plundered by Fat Lord. The only regret is that I didn't find the dragon blood. Fatso laughed secretly. You're quite capable. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. Fatty couldn't stop smiling proudly. Okay, don't be so smug. Hurry up and organize those medicinal ingredients. I'm going to the prison of gods right away. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Fatso, and then sent Fatso to the castle. Old Yi and the commander of the Chilean army could tell that the two of them were exchanging flirtatious glances. They were definitely discussing something in secret. But they were very tactful and didn't disturb them, nor did they ask any questions. Can we go now? The commander of the Kirin army asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. The commander of the Kirin army immediately opened a portal and took the lead to walk in with Yiglao. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and steadied his mind. Then, he followed him in. Although he was born in the imperial palace, he had never been to the prison of gods. The imperial palace. Majestic palaces stood tall and magnificent, with dragons and phoenixes carved on them, showing a strong emperor's aura. In the deepest part of the imperial palace, there was a mountain ridge that was hundreds of meters tall. On the mountain ridge, there were no lush trees, only patches of green grass. It was like a green divine python lying prone on the ground. At the peak of the mountain, numerous guards were standing straight and upright. They were wearing flaming armor, with the symbol of a Kirin engraved on their chests, and held a halberd in their hands. Each of them was exuding a terrifying saint aura. That's right. They were the Kirin army of the imperial palace. This mountain ridge was the boundary between the imperial palace and the back mountain. The Kirin army was guarding this forbidden area. Behind the mountain ridge was a vast and boundless mountain range. The mountains overlapped each other, looking majestic and magnificent. Ancient trees towered from the ground to the sky. Vines were as vigorous as dragons. All kinds of ferocious beasts and birds were galloping and roaring in the mountain stream. There were saint beasts and even emperor beasts, and their terrifying aura shrouded the area. Chapter 907. Swish. Suddenly, 3 figures descended in the air in front of the mountain ridge at almost the same time. Who? The Kirin army immediately became vigilant. But when they saw that it was the commander of the Kirin army, they all bowed and saluted. The commander of the Kirin army asked, "Have there been any abnormalities here in the past few days?" No. One of them shook his head. The commander of the Kirin army said, "Even so, we can't be careless. We must be careful." "Yes, sir." A group of Kirin army bowed and replied. Then, the commander of the Kirin army turned into a stream of light and entered the forbidden area behind the mountain, flying deep into the forest. Qin Feiyang and Yiglao followed closely behind him. That person's cultivation, why is he only a 9-star war sect? Suddenly, one of the Kirin army looked at Qin Feiyang's back, his eyes filled with astonishment. What? The others were stunned, and they all raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. Was it really a 9-star war sect? Strange, how could a 9-star war sect enter our Kirin army? Someone whispered, his face full of suspicion. Are you stupid? This person must have something to do with the commander. That's right, it's not like there haven't been people who entered our Kirin army through the back door. And his following beside the commander. Their relationship is definitely not shallow. So, when we have time, we have to go and curry favor with him. There is a need for that. A group of people were discussing in a low voice. As for the person involved, Qin Feiyang, he was galloping while looking at the mountains and rivers. His eyes were filled with curiosity. The commander of the Kirin army looked back at him and sighed, "Do you have to make such a fuss with His Majesty?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, his gaze instantly turned cold, and said, "It's not me who wants to make trouble, it's him. No matter what, you are still father and son. If you have anything to say, you can say it face to face." The commander of the Kirin army said, "Back then, when I entered the imperial palace, I wanted him to give me an explanation, but did he give me one? If he had told me everything back then, I might have forgiven him. But now, I can't. As for the father and son you mentioned, I would like to ask you, Do you think this kind of relationship is reliable in the royal family? Qin Feiyang said. Alas, the commander of the Kirin army sighed. After serving the emperor for so many years, he naturally knew what kind of place the emperor family was. This is a world of power and desire. There were traps everywhere. Danger lurked everywhere. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into eternal damnation. What brotherly relationship? What father-son relationship? It was completely unreliable here. The only thing he could rely on was his fists and brains. Next. The two of them didn't talk about anything else. Several hundred breaths passed. Black fog suddenly appeared in front of them. The black fog covered an area of several dozen miles, drifting in the air with the wind. Before he even got close, Qin Feiyang felt an intense sense of danger. That black fog isn't an ordinary fog. It's called soul-devouring fog. It has a strong penetrating power and can easily penetrate into the sea of consciousness of living creatures and erode their souls. If one accidentally enters it, even I can't last more than 10 breaths. And the prison of God is right in the center of this black fog. The commander of the Kirin army said. As he spoke, he took out a golden token from his chest. The token was as big as a palm and seemed to be made of gold. A lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon was carved on it. Then, the commander of the Kirin army activated a trace of battle chi and infused it into the golden token. Buzz. Immediately, the golden token buzzed and vibrated. Rays of golden light emerged and formed a golden barrier around the commander of the Kirin army. Come in. Then the commander of the Kirin army said without turning his head. Qin Feiyang and Yiglao looked at each other and stepped into the golden barrier one after another. Immediately, they felt a terrifying aura of the emperor. Qin Feiyang asked, did he make this by himself? Of course, he was referring to the emperor. Yes. The commander of the Kirin army nodded. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He didn't say anything. He looked up and scanned the front. Then, his pupils shrank. He saw that the area covered by the black fog, whether it was the mountains or the earth, was dyed black. Moreover, he couldn't find a single ferocious beast or bird within his line of sight. Not even a blade of grass. It was completely bare. It gave people the feeling that they had come to a dark hell. Soon, led by the commander of the Kirin army, the three of them entered the black fog. The black fog seemed to have its own consciousness. The moment the three of them entered, it surged toward them but was blocked by the golden barrier. The black fog, however, was eroding the golden barrier, making a sizzling sound. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, this golden barrier can last for an hour, and the prison of God is just a dozen miles away. It can definitely hold on. The commander of the Kirin army said. Just as the commander of the Kirin army was speaking, Yiglao extended his hand out of the barrier and the black fog immediately rushed toward his hand. Qin Feiyang could clearly see that the black fog was rushing toward the pores of Yiglao's hand. A moment later, Yiglao retracted his arm and said, the corrosive power of this black fog is very strong. At least a 9-star war emperor can withstand it. What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Only a 9-star war emperor could withstand it. Wasn't this too terrifying? At the same time, the commander of the Kirin army glanced at Yiglao, his eyes full of envy. A false god was indeed powerful. Like him, his cultivation wasn't very weak, but if he didn't have this token given by the emperor, he wouldn't dare to set foot in this place. Dozens of breaths passed. That's the prison of God. The commander of the Kirin army looked forward and said. Qin Feiyang immediately looked over and saw a huge mountain standing on the ground a few miles away. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high and was completely black, towering into the clouds. From afar, it looked like an ancient ferocious beast lying in the black fog, releasing a cold aura. However, Qin Feiyang didn't see the so-called prison of God. Up there. The commander of the Kirin army pointed to the top of the mountain. Qin Feiyang looked over and his eyes suddenly burst out a bright light, like 2 bright moons. On the top of the mountain, there was an ancient pagoda. The ancient pagoda was hundreds of feet high and was completely black. It was surrounded by black fog and filled with a gloomy aura. Looking at the ancient pagoda, one would feel a deep sense of fear. However, Qin Feiyang was very excited, because he would be able to see his mother soon. You'd better control your emotions. Because the guards of the prison of God are 2 9-star combat emperors. They have seen countless people, and if you're not careful, they will discover your flaws. The commander of the Kirin army noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's emotions and hurriedly sent a message to him. 2 9-star combat emperors. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly and he quickly suppressed his emotions. Whoosh! The commander of the Kirin army glanced at him and saw that Qin Feiyang had calmed down. He then led the two of them to fly against the wind and towards the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, there was a square that was about 100 feet wide. It was paved with a kind of black stone and was obviously there for many years. Whoosh! Dozens of breaths later, the three of them landed on the square. Opposite the square was the ancient pagoda. The ancient pagoda had a total of 10 floors. The door of the pagoda was closed and there was a tall stone tablet next to it. 2 bloody words were carved on the tablet. Prison of God. The 2 words seemed to be condensed from blood and emitted a shocking murderous aura. On both sides of the pagoda door, 2 old men in black robes sat on the ground like 2 death gods. Their eyes were closed and there was a cold indifference between their brows. The soul-devouring fog lingered around them but could not hurt them. Greetings to the 2 ancestors. The commander of the Kirin army looked at the 2 of them in fear and bowed. Qin Feiyang and Yiglao also bent down and lowered their heads with a respectful expression. What's the matter? One of them opened his eyes and looked at the commander of the Kirin army and asked. The commander of the Kirin army said, I want to interrogate Lu Xingchen and the others. The old man nodded and glanced at Qin Feiyang and Yiglao. He raised his eyebrows slightly and sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment before saying, he's just a 9-star war master. He's the child of a distant relative of mine. He came to me a few days ago and wanted to find a job in the Imperial Palace, so I let him enter the Kirin army. Although his current cultivation is only at the 9-star war master, he has already stepped into the peak of the 9-star war master and will soon break through to the battle saint realm. The commander of the Kirin army's body and mind tightened as he hurriedly explained. The old man nodded and said expressionlessly, we don't want to care about this kind of thing, but you'd better restrain yourself. After all, this is the rule set by His Majesty. I know. I promise there won't be a next time. The commander of the Kirin army secretly heaved a sigh of relief and respectfully replied. It's good that you know. After the old man finished speaking, he raised his old hand and waved it gently. The tightly closed door of the pagoda slowly opened. Behind the pagoda door, there was a golden light curtain that sealed the entire pagoda door. The purpose of this light curtain was to block the soul-devouring fog. Go in, the old man said. Thank you, ancestor. The commander of the Kirin army bowed and thanked him, then walked towards the pagoda door. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 hurriedly followed. But just as Qin Feiyang passed by the old man suddenly asked, what's your name? Qin Feiyang's body stiffened, he hurriedly stopped and lowered his head in horror. Yiglao also stopped beside Qin Feiyang, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and then glanced at the old man without leaving a trace, a cold light flashing in the depths of his old eyes. If there were any accidents, he would definitely kill these 2. At the same time, the commander of the Kirin army was also a little flustered. He pretended to be calm and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, smiled and said, don't be afraid, answer the ancestor's question truthfully. Then, he looked at the old man again and smiled apologetically. Ancestor, this is the first time he has seen such a strong person like you, so he is a little scared. Don't take it to heart. That's too cowardly. The Kirin army can't have such a coward. The old man glanced at Qin Feiyang and said. The commander of the Kirin army nodded and said, yes, I will train him well. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, hurry up and answer the ancestor's question. No need to answer, go in. Chapter 908. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 passed through the golden light curtain and appeared in a dim corridor. The corridor stretched to the end of the other side. On both sides, there was a stone door every 10 meters. Every stone door was tightly shut, and there was a number on each door. Boom! Just as Qin Feiyang was sizing up these stone doors, the pagoda doors behind him suddenly closed. Phew! That scared me to death. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when the patriarch asked for your name. The commander of the Kirin army patted his chest and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. His face was full of fear. Indeed. His question was too unexpected. Yiglao nodded. One of you is a combat emperor and the other is a fake god. How can you be scared by this? You're too useless. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them with disdain. We're useless. The two of them looked at each other with anger in their eyes. Since you're so powerful, why do you look so scared? The commander of the Kirin army said. Can't you tell? I'm just faking it. Qin Feiyang sneered. Ah. The commander of the Kirin army was stunned. If I appear too calm, then it will really be suspicious. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and then glanced at the stone doors on both sides of the corridor. Heard about it. The commander of the Kirin army and Yiglao looked at each other with a hint of fear in their eyes. That person just now was a genuine 9-star combat emperor. If it were other young people, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. But this person was so calm. This kind of calm temperament really made people feel scared. Suddenly, the two of them felt a cold current appear again. The temperature here dropped sharply as if it was winter. The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang again. They found that Qin Feiyang's eyes had changed. There was a hint of killing intent in the coldness, like a pair of sharp eagle eyes. The cold current that appeared came from Qin Feiyang's body. Which cell is my mother locked in? Qin Feiyang asked in a bone-chilling voice. The last cell. The commander of the Kirin army said. He led Qin Feiyang to the end of the corridor and stopped in front of the stone door on the left. Open it, Qin Feiyang said hurriedly as he stared at the stone door. You have to be mentally prepared. The commander of the Kirin army hesitated. Qin Feiyang nodded. The commander of the Chilean army held the golden token in his hand and faced the stone door of the prison cell. Whoosh! A beam of golden divine light shot out and entered the stone door. Boom! Boom! The stone door slowly. A terrifying wave of destructive energy surged out from the crack in the door. Crack! At the same time, deafening claps of thunder could be heard from behind the stone door. Through the crack, Qin Feiyang could clearly see that there was a sea of purple lightning inside. Without waiting for the stone door to open, Qin Feiyang impatiently rushed in. The scene of the entire cell entered his field of vision. The cell was about 100 zhong wide. There was nothing in it except for the purple lightning tribulation. The bolts of lightning filled every corner of the cell, emitting an apocalyptic aura. These lightning tribulations can even kill a 1-star combat emperor. You just ran in here like that. Are you tired of living? At the same time, seeing Qin Feiyang barge into the cell, Yiglao's expression changed drastically. He quickly ran in and shouted angrily. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a divine power barrier was formed, protecting Qin Feiyang. Rumble. Crack. The bolts of lightning struck the barrier ferociously, producing deafening booms. However, Qin Feiyang acted as if he didn't hear Yiglao's scolding. His gaze was fixed on the center of the cell. There, a white-clothed woman was sitting cross-legged. Looking at the white-clothed woman, Qin Feiyang's eyes became misty, blurring his vision. Wasn't that his mother? He remembered clearly. The last time he saw his mother, although she had already taken off her phoenix coronet and phoenix robe, losing her usual elegance, she was still in good spirits. But now, the very old white dress she was wearing had become extremely tattered. Her long black hair was now like straw, yellow and disheveled. Wrinkles began to appear on her youthful face. She looked old and her eyes were dim. She looked worse than a woman in her 40s or 50s. Qin Feiyang felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Only a few years had passed and his mother had become like this. He could imagine how much pain his mother had gone through in the years he had left the imperial capital. However, the white-clothed woman didn't seem to notice Qin Feiyang's arrival. She didn't open her eyes. The bolts of tribulation lightning continued to strike her, ravaging her body and tormenting her mind. Alas! The commander of the Kirin army also entered the cell. Standing in the divine power barrier, he looked at the white-clothed woman and finally sighed deeply. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." However, the white-clothed woman still didn't open her eyes, as if she didn't hear him. Her expression didn't change either. "Mother, it's me." Qin Feiyang walked forward step by step and said softly, "Tian-er." The white-clothed woman's body trembled and she finally opened her eyes. However, Qin Feiyang had changed his appearance. Looking at this unfamiliar face, the white-clothed woman quickly calmed down, and her eyes revealed a trace of indifference. "Mother, it's really me." Qin Feiyang quickly took out a face-restoring pill and stuffed it into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his appearance was restored. "Tian-er." The indifference in the white-clothed woman's eyes instantly melted. 2 drops of clear tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Looking at the tears in the corners of his mother's eyes, Qin Feiyang's heart collapsed. He quickly ran over and knelt in front of his mother. He raised his hand and slapped his own face. He blamed himself and said, "Mother, I'm useless. I let you suffer here." The white-clothed woman quickly grabbed Qin Feiyang's wrist and shook her head. "Tian-er, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault, it's my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be trapped here and suffer the pain of the lightning tribulations." Qin Feiyang was so guilty that he wanted to kill himself in front of his mother to atone for his sins. "Silly child, as long as you can live well, it will be the greatest comfort for your mother." The white-clothed woman reached out and touched Qin Feiyang's face. Her eyes were full of love. Her slightly aged face seemed to have regained its youthfulness, becoming bright and beautiful. Her dim eyes were finally filled with color. "Mother," Qin Feiyang looked at the white-clothed woman. His heart was bleeding. Suddenly, he turned to look at the commander of the Kirin army and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Remove the lightning tribulations for me." The white-clothed woman was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the commander of the Kirin army. There was a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Qin Feiyang saw his mother's suspicion and said with a smile, "Mother, he is now under my control." "Under your control?" The white-clothed woman was surprised. "In the Forgotten Continent, I have mastered a secret technique that can enslave others. Now, I can erase his soul with just a thought." "Mother, you don't have to worry," Qin Feiyang said. "There's such a secret technique." The white-clothed woman was shocked. "I will explain the details to you slowly after we leave the penitentiary," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He turned to look at the commander of the Kirin army again and said angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said? It's not that I didn't hear it. It's that I can't do it. These lightning tribulations can only be removed by the 2 ancestors outside." The commander of the Kirin army was in a difficult position. Yiglao looked at the commander of the Kirin army and waved his hand. The divine power barrier suddenly expanded and covered the white-clothed woman. "Hey!" The white-clothed woman looked at Yiglao in surprise. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang looked at Yiglao and thanked him. Then, he looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said coldly, "Then you go and bring Lu Xingchen and the others to me, as well as the old man and Zhu Yu." "Okay." The commander of the Kirin army nodded and walked out of the divine power barrier. Although the lightning tribulations here were terrifying, the commander of the Kirin army could withstand them for a while. The white-clothed woman looked at Yiglao and asked, "Tian-er, who is this?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "He's from the Forgotten Continent. This time, I was able to come back and sneak into the god's prison thanks to his help." The white-clothed woman nodded and stood up with the help of Qin Feiyang. She bowed to Yiglao and said, "Thank you, Senior, for taking care of Tian-er." Although Yiglao controlled his cultivation to be at the level of a 1-star battle saint, the divine power barrier exposed his true cultivation. "Thank him?" A trace of displeasure crawled up Qin Feiyang's face as he said, "Mother, he and I only have a relationship of mutual benefit. There's no need to thank him." "Tian-er, you can't be so rude. Even if you're using each other, he's helping you now. You should thank him," the white-clothed woman said with a straight face. Qin Feiyang felt wronged. All these years, the Mu family had harmed him a lot. Especially the Mu family's great ancestor and second ancestor, They had tried to kill him many times. Who would have thought that his mother would scold him now? Of course. He knew that his mother didn't know about these things, but he still felt uncomfortable. Yiglao glanced at Qin Feiyang and couldn't help but laugh. He then looked at the white-clothed woman and cupped his hands and said, "Madam, you're too polite." As little brother Qin Feiyang said, "We're indeed using each other. But if he could see the big picture like you, then there wouldn't be so many conflicts between us." "You're taking advantage of me?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and glared at Yiglao. Yiglao chuckled and fell silent again. Qin Feiyang glared at him and turned to look at his mother. He frowned and said, "All these years, father, didn't he come to see you?" "No." The white-clothed woman shook her head and looked a little disappointed. "That heartless bastard, I'll make him pay the price sooner or later." Qin Feiyang was burning with anger. No matter what happened, they were still husband and wife. So what if he came to see her? "You can't say that. After all, he's your father." The white-clothed woman sighed. "He's so heartless and you're still speaking for him? He's not worthy to be my father. I don't want to be associated with him now." Chapter 909. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes and attitude, the white-clothed woman's expression was extremely complicated. She didn't know how to persuade him. Because she knew that what the emperor had done these years had cast a great shadow in Qin Feiyang's heart. This shadow could not be erased for a lifetime. "Feiyang." Suddenly, a heavenly voice sounded behind Qin Feiyang. "Sister." Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and he hurriedly turned around to see a beautiful figure standing at the door. After not seeing each other for many years, Ren Wuxuang was still so beautiful and moving. Even though at the moment, her clothes were ragged and her hair was messy, it still could not hide her charm from head to toe. Yiglao once again activated his divine power, allowing the divine power barrier to envelop the entire cell. "Did you miss me?" With a cynical smile, Qin Feiyang walked towards Ren Wuxuang. Then, Ren Wuxuang flew over and smashed into Qin Feiyang's arms. Ren Wuxuang's sudden behavior made Qin Feiyang somewhat at a loss. Because after being together for so long, it was the first time he had such intimate contact with Ren Wuxuang. With this beauty in his arms, the delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils, making him unable to help but feel restless. "Who has time to miss you? Less narcissism." Ren Wuxuang scolded. But her heart was unprecedentedly at ease, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a mist. Although she herself was in prison, she was most worried about Qin Feiyang. Because the imperial preceptor had told her that Qin Feiyang did not have a good life in the Forgotten Continent, and was hunted down all day. So, at this moment, when she saw Qin Feiyang in person, her inner emotions could not be controlled. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then his heart relaxed a lot. Although Ren Wuxuang was very charming, he had always treated Ren Wuxuang as his older sister. And Ren Wuxuang, like him, must have simply regarded him as a younger brother. Between siblings, there was nothing wrong with having intimate contact once in a while. He raised his head and gently patted Ren Wuxuang's shoulder. "Sis, I'm sorry for making you worry. If you know that I'm worried, why didn't you come back earlier?" Ren Wuxuang scolded. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said, "I also wanted to come back earlier, but, all right. Don't say any more. I know you're in trouble. As long as you're safe, it's fine." Ren Wuxuang smiled and stood up from Qin Feiyang's arms. Looking at Qin Feiyang's face, her expression was full of concern. Qin Feiyang's heart warmed. He hurriedly turned around and pulled Ren Wuxuang to his mother. "Mother, let me introduce you. Her name is Ren Wuxuang. She's my sister in the spirit state." Wuxuang greets Auntie. Ren Wuxuang also hurriedly bowed, appearing gentle and polite, decent and generous. "Thank you for taking care of Tian in the spirit state." The woman in white grabbed Ren Wuxuang's hand and said with a smile in her eyes, "Auntie is too polite. Actually, Feiyang took care of me a little more." Ren Wuxuang scratched her head awkwardly. Qin Feiyang looked at Ren Wuxuang strangely and chuckled. "Sis, you weren't so honest before. What did you say?" Ren Wuxuang glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. It was her first time meeting the legendary Empress Dowager. Of course, she had to perform well and leave a good impression. But she didn't expect this guy to be so tactless and expose her in public. He didn't give her any face at all. Qin Feiyang chuckled and decisively took a few steps back. He was quite clear about the character of this tigress. She would flip out whenever she wanted, regardless of whether there was anyone around. Feiyang, you're back. At this moment, another old voice could be heard from behind. Old master. Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted, and he hurriedly turned to look at the door. The old man was standing outside the door, his clothes were tattered. He looked extremely haggard. However, at this moment, his aged face was glowing and full of smiles. Old master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Qin Feiyang strode to the front of the old man and lowered his head with an apologetic expression. Silly boy, what's there to be sorry about? When I learned of your true identity, I guessed that this day would come sooner or later. The old man smiled, his face full of affection. Qin Feiyang asked cautiously, then you don't blame me for lying to you? He remembered that when he and Mu Qing entered the Forgotten Continent, he didn't reveal his true identity to the old man. Of course I do. But now that things have come to this, what else can I say? The old man shook his head and sighed. Then, he looked at the woman in white and bowed. Greetings, Empress. Elder Ren, you're welcome. The woman in white smiled. It could be seen that the old man took care of Qin Feiyang a lot in the spiritual state. As for the people that had taken care of Qin Feiyang, she was very grateful. You're really lucky. I thought you would die in the Forgotten Continent. At this moment, another familiar voice sounded. Qin Feiyang frowned and turned to look at the door. He saw a young man in white slowly walking into the cell. It was Lu Xingchen. You're not dead yet, how can I bear to die? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. As he spoke, he glanced at Yiglao. However, he found that Yiglao's eyes didn't change much when he saw Lu Xingchen. At the same time, Lu Xingchen also glanced at Yiglao, but his expression didn't change much. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. My life is tough, I'm afraid no one can take it away. That's not necessarily true. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. But he was extremely confused. Yiglao did everything he could to save Lu Xingchen, but now that he saw Lu Xingchen in person, why didn't he do anything? What were these people trying to hide? Brother Qin, long time no see. How have you been? Suddenly, accompanied by a vigorous voice, Dong Zhengyang also walked into the cell. Behind Dong Zhengyang, there was Shen Mai and the ugly old woman Zhu Yu. Now, all the servants were present. Yes. Time passes so fast. Several years have passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyang sighed and then nodded to Shen Mai with a smile. After a few years, this woman had become more mature and feminine. Welcome back. Shen Mai also smiled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang said. Shen Mai smiled, looked at the woman in white and asked, she's your mother, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. Greetings, Auntie. Shen Mai and Dong Zhengyang immediately walked over and bowed. Zhu Yu glanced at Qin Feiyang and was about to bow to the woman in white. But Qin Feiyang blocked in front of her. What's wrong? Zhu Yu looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang bowed deeply, and said, First of all, I want to apologize to you. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been locked up here. It's fine. Zhu Yu waved her hand and waited for him to continue. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then sent a sound transmission. The Forgotten Continent is forbidden to enter, but why did you let me in? At first, he didn't know that the Emperor had ordered that no one was allowed to enter the Forgotten Continent. So, when Zhu Yu asked him to go to the Forgotten Continent to snatch the heavenly thunder flames, he didn't suspect anything. But later on, when he found out about these things, he felt that Zhu Yu's purpose was not simple. Later on, when he found out about the secret hidden in the heavenly thunder flames, he was even more convinced that Zhu Yu had other motives. He even suspected that Zhu Yu might also know the secret hidden in the heavenly thunder flames. If that was the case, then Zhu Yu's identity was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. And hearing Qin Feiyang's question, Zhu Yu also replied without hesitation, I just want you to go and gain experience. Gain experience? Qin Feiyang frowned. Gain experience was equivalent to nurturing. In other words, Zhu Yu's words meant that she was nurturing him. However, Zhu Yu privately asked him to go to the Forgotten Continent, which was disobeying the emperor's orders. This was a capital offense. Risking her head to let him go to the Forgotten Continent to gain experience, how could this be justified? It was reasonable to say that their relationship was especially good. For example, he was some kind of relative of Zhu Yu. But back then, he and Zhu Yu didn't know each other at all. So in Qin Feiyang's view, Zhu Yu's reason was too far-fetched and not convincing at all. Qin Feiyang sighed, "Senior, I can basically conclude that you have no ill intentions towards me, and are really doing it for my own good. But it is precisely because of this that you should tell me everything." Zhu Yu was silent. "Senior, to tell you the truth, I already know the hidden secret of the heavenly thunder flame. I was also thinking, do you also know?" Qin Feiyang said again. "Already know?" Zhu Yu looked at him in surprise. "Yes. Moreover, not only the heavenly thunder flame, the mysterious sky flame and the ice flame are also in my hands now," Qin Feiyang said. This, Zhu Yu was extremely shocked. After a moment, she smiled bitterly and said to herself, "I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly, you are indeed extremely smart. But I'm sorry, I really can't say it now, because I don't want to affect you. But there is one thing I can tell you, I do know the hidden secret of the heavenly thunder flame. The reason why I asked you to snatch the heavenly thunder flame is precisely to let you enter that miracle," Zhu Yu said. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Zhu Yu was indeed nurturing him, but why was this? They had no relatives or friends, they were complete strangers. What benefits did this have for her? However, Zhu Yu ignored him and walked towards the woman in white without looking back. Lu Xingchen looked at Zhu Yu, then looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked secretly, "What did you and her say in secret?" "It has something to do with you." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "All right, pretend I didn't ask." Lu Xingchen shrugged his shoulders with an innocent look on his face. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen, his heart suddenly moved, and sent a sound transmission. "Were you the one who went to the treasure pavilion to purchase medicinal herbs in the past few years?" Lu Xingchen was startled, and asked in confusion, "In the past few years, I have indeed gone to the treasure pavilion to purchase a lot of medicinal herbs, but why do I not understand what you mean?" Qin Feiyang said, "The medicinal herbs I am talking about are the potential pill, the potential pill." This. Chapter 9-10. Qin Feiyang sized up Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's emotions were very sincere, and there was no trace of falsehood in them. But he didn't dare to believe Lu Xingchen. Because Lu Xingchen was a person who was better at disguising than him. So he couldn't judge whether Lu Xingchen was telling the truth or not. Cough cough. Suddenly, Yiglao, who had been silent the whole time, put his fist to his mouth and coughed. Everyone was slightly stunned and looked at him. And Dong Zhengyang and the others only noticed this old man now. It was also only now that they realized that the lightning tribulation here was blocked by a barrier. And the owner of the barrier was this old man. Their hearts were suddenly set off by stormy waves. To be able to easily block these lightning tribulations, how strong was this old man's cultivation? At the same time, Yiglao glanced at everyone and said, "Although this old man doesn't want to ruin the atmosphere of your reunion after a long separation, this old man has to say something. It's not good to stay here for long, it's best to leave immediately." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang suddenly quivered and wanted to slap himself a few times. Where was this? This was the god's prison. He actually had the mood to chat here, wasn't he courting death? If the imperial preceptor suddenly barged in, wouldn't they all be wiped out? Qin Feiyang looked at Yiglao and said, "Quickly open the space-time gate and return to the Forgotten Continent." Yiglao nodded, and the space-time gate immediately rushed out of his body. "Tian I can't leave." But at this moment, the woman in white said, "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Feiyang, I can't leave either." The old man followed. This, Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them, not knowing what to do for a moment. You know this old man's character. As the former lord of the spiritual state, this old man will never betray the great Qin Empire. The old man said. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "It was the emperor who was heartless first. How can this be called betrayal? No matter what, we are all subjects. If you want me to die, I have no choice but to die. What's more, His Majesty only imprisoned us. He didn't say he would kill us. Feiyang, we won't ask what you do. Even if one day, you and His Majesty become enemies, we won't persuade you. But we also hope that you can respect our choice. Old Master said. Qin Feiyang was furious to the extreme. He roared, "Do you know that this is blind loyalty?" The old man smiled and said, "Even if it's blind loyalty, this old man will not regret it." Qin Feiyang looked at his mother and asked, "Mother, what's your reason?" "If I could leave, I would have left with you last time." The white-clothed woman sighed. "Why? Can you tell me? Don't say things like you're still young, and I don't want you to worry. I don't want you to bear too heavy a burden. Now that I've grown up, I can bear it with you." Qin Feiyang roared. Why did he come back this time? Wasn't it to take everyone out of the great Qin Empire? But the two most important people in his life had chosen to stay in the divine penitentiary. How could he not be anxious? Seeing Qin Feiyang's anxious look, the white-clothed woman couldn't help but feel distressed. But sometimes, you can't do whatever you want. Tell me. Otherwise, I'll go find him now. At worst, I'll die. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. He was about to lose his mind. This he naturally referred to the emperor. When the white-clothed woman heard Qin Feiyang's angry words, she was a little angry. She said, "Then tell me, can you defeat the state preceptor and your father?" Qin Feiyang fell silent. The white-clothed woman sighed and said, "When you have the strength to defeat them, I will tell you why you can't leave." Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I have a question that has been puzzling me. I hope you can answer it for me." "Go ahead." The white-clothed woman looked at Lu Xingchen. "Qin Feiyang's grandfather is your father. Even the emperor is afraid of his strength. Why don't you ask him for help?" Lu Xingchen asked. "Yes. We can go to Grandpa. Mother, give me the coordinates of Grandpa's house. I'll go find him right away." Qin Feiyang quivered and said hurriedly. However, hearing this, the white-clothed woman's face turned cold. She said angrily, "Tian, you're really disappointing me." "Disappointed?" Qin Feiyang looked at his mother suspiciously. What did he do to disappoint his mother? The white-clothed woman said, "Remember, don't always think of asking others for help. You have to rely on yourself." "Does Grandpa count as someone else?" Qin Feiyang asked. He really couldn't figure out why his mother was hesitating. "Your grandfather is old. We can't let him worry about us anymore, so I won't let you go to him," the white-clothed woman said in a tone that brooked no disobedience. "It's so strange." Lu Xingchen muttered. Logically speaking, with such a big thing happening, even if the white-clothed woman didn't ask for help, Qin Feiyang's grandfather should have received the news. But why didn't he show up? Could it be, suddenly? Lu Xingchen seemed to think of something. His eyes trembled slightly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I can't leave with you either. I don't plan to take you away. You can do whatever you want." Qin Feiyang said impatiently. "You," Lu Xingchen immediately glared at him and said, "We used to fight side by side. Aren't you afraid of making me sad by saying this?" Qin Feiyang ignored him. Lu Xingchen was very embarrassed. He thought that Qin Feiyang would more or less ask why he didn't leave. But he didn't expect that he didn't ask anything. To be exact, he didn't exist at all. "Why do I have to do this?" He sighed secretly. But Qin Feiyang didn't care about Lu Xingchen, but it didn't mean that others didn't care. For example, Mu Qing, at this moment in the castle, was already anxious to jump over the wall. At the same time, Yiglao also looked at Lu Xingchen. Although he didn't say anything, his confused eyes proved everything. Lu Xingchen certainly noticed Yiglao's eyes, but he just smiled faintly. However, it was unknown whether the two of them were communicating in secret. Alas! Looking at the silent Qin Feiyang, the white-clothed woman sighed softly and said with a smile, "Tian, Mother is already very satisfied that you can come back to see Mother. Don't delay any longer. Go quickly." Qin Feiyang closed his eyes in pain. Where's the commander of the Kirin army? Suddenly, Dong Zhengyang's surprised voice sounded. As soon as he said this, everyone scanned the prison cell, but they couldn't find the commander of the Kirin army. Yiglao's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Go outside and take a look." Lu Xingchen turned around and took a step out, landing in the corridor outside, and said in a deep voice, "He's gone. Damn it." Yiglao's eyes darkened, and he hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "He must have slipped away when we weren't paying attention. Quickly erase his soul. He should have already informed the emperor and the state preceptor. You must leave quickly, or it will be too late." Lu Xingchen returned to the prison cell and urged. Yiglao waved his arm, and a palm-sized spacetime gate floated in the air. Following closely, his index finger pointed in the air, and streams of divine power rushed out crazily. The spacetime gate also suddenly bloomed with dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! It was also at this moment Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes, and two shocking murderous intents burst out. Ever since he took control of the commander of the Kirin army, it was only at that time that he peeked into the inner thoughts of the commander of the Kirin army. After that, he didn't peek. Because in his opinion, the commander of the Kirin army knew the horror of the slave seal, and shouldn't be rash. But he didn't expect that he would betray him at this time. However, just as he was about to erase the soul of the commander of the Kirin army, a series of steady footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor outside. Could it be that he's here? Everyone turned pale with fright. What will come will eventually come. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked up at the door. Everyone also gathered together and stared at the door. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. But they couldn't sense any aura, as if a ghost was walking in the corridor. After a few breaths, finally, an old man in white who seemed to have an immortal aura appeared outside the door. State Preceptor. Immediately, everyone's pupils contracted. At the same time, State Preceptor stopped and stood outside the door. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, and a bright smile appeared on his old face. "You finally came back." Finally. His eyes fell on Qin Feiyang and he laughed. "Isn't this just as you wish?" Qin Feiyang said. Seeing State Preceptor in person, the tension in his heart disappeared. "So, are you going to take the initiative to hand over Chang Shui and the castle, or do you want me to do it myself?" State Preceptor looked at him with a smile. "I want to ask, do you want Chang Shui and the castle, or do you want His Majesty?" The woman in white walked out and stood beside Qin Feiyang, looking at State Preceptor and asked, "Greetings, Your Majesty." State Preceptor bowed symbolically and said with a smile, "It's me and His Majesty." The woman in white raised her eyebrows and said, "I'm afraid it's you." "I want to see His Majesty." State Preceptor shook his head and said, "His Majesty is accompanying the little prince, and probably has no time to see you." "The little prince?" The woman in white frowned. "Mother, don't you know? He and that woman gave birth to another Raiko, and they named him Qin Haotian. They even built a Haotian palace for this Raiko." Qin Feiyang said word by word. His eyes were filled with anger that couldn't be dispersed. "What?" The woman in white trembled, and her slightly aged cheeks turned pale in an instant. "I told everyone to hide this from you, Your Majesty. I was afraid that you would be angry after hearing it. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." State Preceptor bowed and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at his mother worriedly, then looked at State Preceptor and shouted, "Put away your hypocritical face. It seems that you have a big prejudice against me. Actually, there's really no need to do this. As long as you hand over Chang Shui and the castle, I'll immediately go to His Majesty and plead for you. At that time, not only will your mother be free, but your friends will also not have to suffer in the divine penitentiary." State Preceptor said with a smile. "Plead for me? Lord State Preceptor, isn't that a little funny? I heard that His Majesty didn't intend to imprison you in the divine penitentiary. It was you who begged His Majesty repeatedly, and he finally did so. Moreover, it was your idea to imprison us in the divine penitentiary. Now, you're using this matter to play the good guy. Isn't that too unethical? As a person, especially when you're the State Preceptor of the Great Qin Empire, you're above everyone else. It's best to have some face. Chapter 9:11. The Imperial Preceptor narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Xingchen. You are very bold. I was just speaking the truth. If I have offended the Imperial Preceptor, I hope you can forgive me. Lu Xingchen bowed and said. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was no fear at all. The Imperial Preceptor looked at him coldly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Your Highness, please make a decision quickly. Impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Clang. Rumble. The space-time gate continued to expand, and the aura it emitted became stronger and stronger. The Imperial Preceptor was not surprised when he heard Qin Feiyang's reply. He raised his head and looked at the space-time gate and Yiglao. His old eyes flashed and he said with a smile, Not bad, you actually invited a false god to help, but, at this point. The Imperial Preceptor's eyes turned cold and he said, Even if a false god helps you, don't think about escaping again without my permission. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. A terrifying divine power surged out and pounced towards Qin Feiyang and the others in the cell. Qin Feiyang and the others did not hide and hurriedly hid behind Yiglao. Aren't you looking down on this old man too much? Yiglao snorted from his nose, and a majestic divine power emerged from his body and fiercely rushed out. Boom. The two divine powers collided, and a destructive aura suddenly shrouded the entire cell. The entire divine prison trembled violently at this moment. Qin Feiyang and the others hiding behind Yiglao, although they were protected by Yiglao, were still seriously injured. They spat out blood and their faces were pale. Everyone was shocked. At the moment when the two divine powers collided, they had a very real feeling, as if the god of death had arrived. Was the strength of a false god so terrifying? If not for Yiglao's protection, they would have all died in that instant. After one round of confrontation, the state preceptor's gaze turned completely cold. He looked at Yiglao and said, You shouldn't have interfered with Qin Feiyang's affairs. Boom. The imperial tutor's aura completely erupted, like a huge wave, madly pouncing towards Yiglao. Are you trying to scare me? Yiglao smiled coldly, and the pressure of a fake god surged out like a tsunami. For a moment, he was on par with the imperial advisor. But, deep in Yiglao's eyes, there was a trace of worry. He transmitted his voice, You have to think of a way to stall him. What is it? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. My strength is on par with the imperial preceptor. Normally, I wouldn't be afraid of him at all. But now, I have to focus on reviving the space-time gate. The space-time gate is a divine artifact. To revive it would require almost all of my divine power. That's why I can't fight him now. Yiglao transmitted his voice. Everyone's eyes darkened. This was really bad news. Dong Zhengyang secretly said, Qin Feiyang, Lu Xingchen, why don't we go to your divine artifact? No. In our divine artifact, the space-time gate is the same as the teleportation gate. They can't be teleported. Because our divine artifact is also a divine artifact. It can cut off the space-time gate from the outside world. Lu Xingchen said. Lu Xingchen is right. We have to think of another way. Yiglao also nodded without leaving a trace. Hearing this, everyone's heart fell to the bottom. Shenmai suddenly said, Why don't we go to the castle to hide first? Yes. Although we can't escape, we can at least share some of the pressure with Yiglao. Let's wait for him to revive the space-time gate before we come out. Dong Zhengyang suggested. I think you're scared silly. If we enter the castle, won't he stop Yiglao from reviving the space-time gate? Is he that stupid? Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes at him. Dong Zhengyang was also a little annoyed. He frowned and said, Then what do you think we should do? Lu Xingchen shook his head and said, I don't have a choice. We can only rely on Qin Feiyang now. Hearing this, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. Looking at everyone, Qin Feiyang fell into a struggle and self-blame. If he could keep an eye on the commander of the Kirin army and not give him a chance to betray them, they wouldn't be in this situation at all. What should they do now? Hand over Chang Shui and the castle? But he couldn't do it. Besides, even if he did, the state preceptor might not keep his promise and let everyone go. At this moment, everyone was at a loss. But there was one person who was very calm. She was Qin Feiyang's mother. She glanced at everyone and then looked at Qin Feiyang. A gentle light flashed in her eyes. Then, she took a step forward and stood in front of Yiglao. The two divine powers that were fighting tore her body apart in an instant. Blood gushed out. This sudden change was not only unexpected by Qin Feiyang and the others, but also by the state preceptor and Yiglao. One had to know. Now the divine powers of the fake gods were clashing. Running out like this was simply courting death. Mother. When Qin Feiyang saw this scene, he suddenly turned pale with horror and rushed to the woman in white without hesitation. Yiglao and the state preceptor also came to their senses and withdrew their divine powers at the same time. Bang! The woman in white turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Her body was stained with blood, which was tragic and beautiful. And her eyes were unprecedentedly bright and clear. There was a trace of relief, as well as an apology and encouragement to Qin Feiyang. It was as if she was saying to Qin Feiyang, "I'm sorry, I can't accompany you in the future. You must live well." Then, she slowly fell to the ground. When she fell to the ground, there was no blame or injustice on her blood-stained face. There was only a bright smile. That smile was brighter than the sun, enough to make the world pale. "Mother." Qin Feiyang quickly rushed forward and hugged his mother in his arms. Looking at his mother's broken body and her beautiful face, his heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Yiglao said, "She's not dead yet. Maybe she can still be saved. Quickly give her the heart protection pill, spirit sea pill, and essence soul pill." That's right. Although it was only a moment before, although the woman in white's cultivation was also very strong, Yiglao and Yiglao were both fake gods. Under the fake god realm, all living beings were like ants. The divine power of the two not only tore her body, but also shattered her sea of qi, sea of consciousness, and internal organs. It could even be said that there was not a single place that was intact. It was also because the injuries were too serious that Yiglao said that maybe she can be saved. What he meant was that the chances were not high. In the blink of an eye, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Qin Feiyang immediately entered the castle and looked at Fatso anxiously. "Quickly give me the pill, use it. It can definitely pull Auntie back from the gates of hell." Fatso pointed to the space above the altar where the six-word divine art was placed. There, a cluster of green flames floated. It was the size of a palm and exuded a majestic vitality. Qin Feiyang looked up and his eyes immediately lit up with ecstasy. He nodded and said, "Yes, use it." This cluster of flames was the third cluster of fire of life he had obtained. Back then, when he and Fatso were seriously injured, they had fused with the first two clusters of fire of life to escape the calamity. And this time, it would definitely work too. He grabbed the fire of life and appeared beside his mother. Boundless life energy instantly filled every corner of the prison cell. "This is fire of life." The Grand Tutor and Yiglao's eyes widened, greed crawling up their old faces. The Grand Tutor immediately released a trace of pressure and pounced toward Qin Feiyang, wanting to snatch the fire of life. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Grand Tutor coldly and said to Yiglao, "If you don't help me, our cooperation ends here." Yiglao raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand and a pressure emerged, condensing an invisible barrier in front of Qin Feiyang, blocking the Grand Tutor's pressure. "You really like to meddle in other people's business." The Grand Tutor was completely furious. He placed both hands in front of his chest and formed seals with lightning speed. An aura that could destroy heaven and earth roared out from his hands. This was a battle art. Yiglao's eyes darkened, and said, "It seems that this battle is unavoidable. You guys go to the castle immediately." As he spoke, he decisively put away the gate of time and space. As long as the Grand Tutor did not stop, he would not be able to revive the gate of time and space. It would be better to fight first and see whose wrist was harder. Qin Feiyang also finally placed the fire of life into his mother's mouth. Immediately, that terrifying life force surged towards the white-clothed woman's limbs and bones like a tide. The wounds all over her body immediately began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that his mother's condition was gradually stabilizing, Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Shua. Suddenly, he stood up and stared at the Grand Tutor, saying, although my mother is no longer the Empress, she is still the Emperor's wife. How dare you hurt her? Hurt her? Let me tell you, if you don't hand over Chang Shuer and the castle today, don't mention hurting her, I will kill her. The Grand Tutor laughed sinisterly, looking quite ferocious. How dare you? But at this moment, a loud and clear voice resounded in the prison of gods. It was filled with a majestic aura. Your Majesty. The Grand Tutor's body trembled, and he quickly turned around to see a middle-aged man standing in the corridor in front of him. This man wore a dragon crown on his head and a dragon robe on his body. His whole body was surrounded by golden light, exuding a vast aura. His face was cold, and his eyes were full of spirit. That 7 feet tall body was like an unreachable giant mountain. An invisible pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. Even the Grand Tutor, who was a false god, could not help but lower his head, looking extremely respectful. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Grand Tutor bowed. The Emperor took a step forward, and every step seemed steady and powerful. Beside the Emperor, there was a middle-aged man in purple armor, who was the commander of the Kirin army. Obviously, the Emperor was called by the commander of the Kirin army. The Grand Tutor glanced at the Emperor, and then looked at the commander of the Kirin army, with a faint cold light in his eyes. At the same time, the old lord and the others in the cell listened to the approaching footsteps and held their breaths. But Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disgust. A few seconds later, the Emperor finally reached the door of the cell and turned around to look at Qin Feiyang and the others. Greetings, Your Majesty. The old lord and the others knelt down and kowtowed. Lu Xingchen frowned, but in the end, he also knelt on the ground. Only Qin Feiyang and Yiglao did not do anything. Yiglao was a false god, and he was not a subject of the great Qin Empire, so he did not need to kowtow. As for Qin Feiyang, he only hated the Emperor, so of course he would not kowtow. Chapter 9:12. Suddenly, the Emperor looked at the woman in white lying on the ground. His expression changed slightly, and he hurried over. Get lost. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and directly stood in front of his mother. The Emperor stopped in front of Qin Feiyang and said, You are your mother, but you are also my imperial concubine. I have the right to care about her. Don't cry crocodile tears here. If you really care about my mother, why didn't you come to see her all these years? Do you know how my mother survived all these years in the god's prison? Care. What a ridiculous word. Your ruthlessness and indifference have completely made me give up. Get lost. Instead of coming here to put on an act, you might as well go back and accompany your youngest son. Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly, determined not to give in. The Emperor frowned and said, You know all about it. It's not a secret. However, I have something to tell you. Although the name Jiang Haotian has been abandoned by me, it is not something that can be replaced by anyone. Qin Feiyang said word by word, and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. The Emperor's pupils shrank and said, I'm warning you, don't hurt him. Ha ha. You're defending him now? It seems that you really care about him. If killing him can make you suffer, it's worth a try. Qin Feiyang joked. Whoosh. The Emperor's arm shot out and grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck. He said in a deep voice, If you dare to touch a single hair of his, I will kill you with my own hand. Then do it now. You've always wanted to kill me anyway, haven't you? Qin Feiyang looked at him indifferently. There was no fear in his eyes, only coldness. A bone-piercing coldness. The Emperor looked at him deeply, and finally let go of his big hand. He pushed Qin Feiyang away and bent down to pick up the woman in white. Put her down. Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. Like a mad beast, he madly pounced towards the Emperor. Boom! A powerful aura rushed out from the Emperor's body, and Qin Feiyang was sent flying. He crashed into a wall and coughed up blood. Don't challenge my bottom line again, the Emperor said without turning his head. Then, he carried the woman out of the cell. Your Majesty, allow me. The commander of the Kirin army stepped forward and looked at the unconscious woman in white. No need. Then, he looked at the imperial advisor and said, Did you just say that you want to kill her? The imperial preceptor's gaze trembled as he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. I don't want to pursue what you've done behind my back all these years. We only have one order. Release them immediately," Di Wang said. "Your Majesty, you can't." When the state preceptor heard this, he immediately became anxious. "What is it? Now, you even dare to disobey my orders?" The emperor's gaze turned cold as he shouted, "I don't dare." The imperial advisor hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, we can release the others, but Qin Feiyang murdered the prince. He has committed a heinous crime. Lock him up in the penitentiary and wait for my orders. As for the person from the Forgotten Continent, expel him immediately. Commander, you stay and accompany the imperial advisor," the emperor said expressionlessly. After that, he ignored the imperial advisor and strode away with the woman in white in his arms. "Yes, Your Majesty." The commander of the Kirin army bowed to the emperor's back as he left. "Farewell, Your Majesty." The imperial advisor also hurriedly bowed to see the emperor off, but his old face was ashen. "Give my mother back to me," however, at this moment. Qin Feiyang rushed out of the cell and roared hysterically. His eyes were bloodshot. The commander of the Kirin army grabbed him and said, "Calm down. His Majesty won't hurt the queen. It's all because of you that we're in this situation. I'm going to kill you." Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and stared at the commander of the Kirin army with a cruel smile on his face. "Stop." Lu Xingchen saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly tried to persuade him, "Although the commander of the Kirin army betrayed you, he also saved your mother. If he hadn't called the emperor over, your mother might have been killed by the imperial advisor. From this, it can be seen that he still has some feelings for you. Moreover, if you kill him now, the imperial advisor will have a reason to kill you first and report to the emperor later. After all, killing the commander of the Kirin army isn't a small matter." Hearing Lu Xingchen's words, Qin Feiyang finally calmed down. The commander of the Kirin army also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Yiglao and cupped his hands. "Your Excellency, please leave the great Qin Empire immediately." Yiglao was a false god. If he wanted to leave, no one in the great Qin Empire could stop him. Therefore, it was better to just let him go. Yiglao frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang, then at Lu Xingchen, and finally at the imperial advisor. If the imperial advisor wasn't here, he could take everyone and leave. But now, he had to abandon Qin Feiyang and the others. Clang. He took out the spacetime gate again and poured his divine power into it. The commander of the Kirin army looked at the spacetime gate with a serious expression. Although he didn't know what the spacetime gate was used for, it wasn't difficult to judge from the divine power it emitted that it was a teleportation divine artifact. And it was a divine artifact that could be used to escape. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't have tried to revive so many times. He looked at the old man and the others and said, "All of you, come out and stand behind the imperial advisor." He did this to prevent Yiglao from escaping with everyone after opening the spacetime gate. The old man and the others looked at each other and walked out of the cell one after another. They stood behind Qin Feiyang and the others. A dozen breaths passed. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the spacetime gate finally opened. Yiglao wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, "Call Mu Qing out." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Mu Qing suddenly appeared out of thin air. As soon as Mu Qing came out, she looked at Lu Xingchen and frowned. There was also a questioning look in her eyes. However, Lu Xingchen didn't say anything, but it was unknown if he secretly transmitted his voice. Yiglao said, "Qing let's go." "Okay." Mu Qing nodded and walked toward Yiglao. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Qin Feiyang without looking back. "Don't worry, we'll come back to save you soon." "Save me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and secretly said, "Are you sure you can deal with the imperial advisor and the emperor?" Mu Qing didn't respond. But when he walked to the spacetime gate, he suddenly transmitted his voice, "I'm not sure, but I can think of a way." After that, Mu Qing and Yiglao both stepped into the spacetime gate and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Then, even the spacetime gate disappeared. "Save me, Qin Feiyang was confused. Logically speaking, now that he had fallen into the hands of the emperor, Mu Qing should have given up on him. But why did she still want to save him? Just because of the heavenly dipper flame? But didn't the Mu family also arrange for others to sneak into the pill pagoda? Even without him, it wouldn't be difficult to snatch the heavenly dipper flame. Taking a step back, even if those people arranged by the Mu family failed to snatch the heavenly dipper flame, wasn't there still Mu Qing's second grandpa? This person had been hiding in the pill pagoda for so many years and was still a divine envoy. If he made a move, there would be no suspense at all. So, now, the Mu family didn't need to come to the imperial capital to save him at all. Could it be that in the eyes of the Mu family, he still had other value? Hurry up and go in. Just as Qin Feiyang was pondering, the imperial advisor suddenly made a move and pushed Qin Feiyang's back with force. Qin Feiyang immediately followed the inertia and ran uncontrollably toward the cell. This move made the old master and the others' faces change color. The thunder tribulation in the cell was still there. And Yiglao had already left. Without the protection of the divine enchantment, Qin Feiyang would instantly die under the thunder tribulation if he entered the cell. At this critical moment, Ren Wushuang quickly rushed forward and pulled Qin Feiyang back again. Qin Feiyang also came back to his senses. His whole body was immediately dripping with cold sweat. Whoosh! He suddenly turned around and looked at the imperial advisor. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. This old bastard, he actually wanted to harm him. If it wasn't for Ren Wushuang's timely move, he was afraid that he would have been smashed into pieces by the thunder tribulation. Not even his bones would be left. Imperial advisor, did you do it on purpose? The commander of the Kirin army also frowned and looked at the imperial advisor. How dare you? Do you know who you are talking to? The imperial advisor suddenly shouted with a stern voice. That gloomy look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a dead person, extremely frightening. Previously, he was already very angry when the commander of the Kirin army called the emperor over and ruined his plans. Now, the commander of the Kirin army was questioning him in public, which made him very angry. I'm sorry. The commander of the Kirin army quickly lowered his head, his face full of fear. You're on your own. The imperial advisor snorted coldly, his words full of threat. Then, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and turned to leave the prison of God. Phew. When the imperial advisor completely disappeared from sight, the commander of the Kirin army heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Xingchen withdrew his gaze and whispered, Brother Qin, you have to be careful. This old bastard will definitely do something to you again. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ren Wushuang looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly and said, Feiyang, you shouldn't have come back this time. Yes. Now we can go out, but you are locked in again. The old man sighed. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's not like we don't know the situation in the prison of God. How can we not worry? The old man rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and then looked at the commander of the Kirin army. He bowed and said, Sir, can you remove the thunder tribulation in the cell? No. But it can reduce the power of the thunder tribulation. The commander of the Kirin army shook his head. The old man frowned. Lu Xingchen smiled and said, Grandpa Ren, don't worry. This guy has the castle. The thunder tribulation can't hurt him at all. Yes. The old man was suddenly enlightened. Qin Feiyang could enter the castle to avoid the bombardment of the thunder tribulation. However, the commander of the Kirin army frowned, but he didn't say anything. He looked at the old man and the others and said with a smile, Wait for me at the door. I have a few words to say to His Highness in private. Everyone nodded, but they didn't leave immediately. They all looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, It's just the prison of God. It's no big deal. Don't worry. Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly and said, Only a guy like you can say something like that here. After that, he shook his head and turned to leave. Shuang, let's go too. The old man patted Ren Wushuang's shoulder. Ren Wushuang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You must survive. Qin Feiyang nodded heavily. Then, the old man pulled Ren Wushuang and turned to leave. Take care. Dong Zhengyang and the others also cupped their hands to Qin Feiyang. There was a trace of gratitude in their eyes. If Qin Feiyang hadn't appeared, they didn't know how long they would have been locked up. They might not even be able to leave the prison of God for the rest of their lives. Take care. Qin Feiyang also smiled at them. They left one after another.